bit full. You get underneath it, punch it over his head for another 4 in this over.
Yeah, we spoke about Trentorth. He looks a powerful young man, and also not scared to hit over the top. And it looks like a lot of power.
Those are the kind of players you want in the top order, Eugene. You know, those that are not scared to hit over the top, make use of the two fielders out, and make use of the power play.
I asked him because the commentator said that the sound is echoing. So that's me asking him. He mustn't just do it on his own.
No run off the last ball of that Prinsloo over, but I'm sure Limpopo will be very happy with the 3-4s that were knocked off in that over by Trentorth. They've moved on to 42 for 1 wicket after 6 overs, with Trentorth moving on to 24.
Benjamin to continue coming around the wicket. I think he just felt like he's comfortable a little bit coming around the wicket to the left-hander.
Across the right-hander, Captain Ludwig Kesha, and called a wide by the umpire. I had a nephew that played in the mini cricket festival on Friday, and I must say that the Heat team was here in their numbers, supporting the mini cricket festival on Friday night at the Oval. Lovely straight drive. Straight past the bowler for 2 runs. A lovely shot by the captain of the Limpopo Impalas. Yeah, coming back to the mini cricket festival, and I wanted to tell you I was very happy to see how they interacted with the youngsters. But I want to give kudos to one man, Hika. He was in it. Literally body, mind and soul, and he supported, he was fielding, he was encouraging, he was coaching.
I was fortunate to also make a turn here by the Diamond Oval for Eugene. I also thoroughly enjoyed the interaction between the players, the Heats players, with the youngsters. They were all over. You could see the guys put in a lot of work, coaching the little ones, and the little ones really enjoyed it. There was a little boy, I don't know if you know, there's a little boy, I think he's 7 years old, I think he's from Stotts.
Oh,
yeah, I think he was from Stotts President Swartz. Little boy, you could see there's a lot of coaching being done there, because he could bowl, he could bat, and he looked like he knows what he's doing, but he's only a 7-year-old. I really enjoyed my time here. Friday night.
Yeah, I actually saw him. They called me to come and watch him. I actually saw him playing, and yeah, you can see there's something there. He just need to continue in the game and enjoy it, and I'm sure that he'll go places one day. Benjamin van Rensburg coming much straighter now to the captain, and he's actually pulled his length back a bit after those 2 straight drives. I think this game is going to hinge on the 2 spinners of the Northern Cape Heat when they come in after the 10th over, if they're going to be held out so long. Just a nudge into the vacant gully area for a single, and it brings Trentorth left-hander Trentorth on strike.
Yeah, Benjamin just deciding to test if the left-hander is going to take on the short ball. The batter doesn't look interested in it. Just lets it, just ducks underneath it, lets it through to the keeper.
Yeah, it's a good tactic to use, and it actually just checks whether he's available, he's ready to take on the short ball or not. And as I mentioned a little earlier on, the spinners that might be coming up, and I see that Tsepo Ntuli, the right arm off spinner of the Northern Cape Heat, has taken off his pullover, and he's going to be bowling to the captain of the Limpopo Impalas, Ludwig Kesha. Kesha, a Pretoria raised, Pretoria born. Waterkloof High School, who's also one of those schools that have just continued producing good cricketers. Tsepo Ntuli, Kimberley born, attended technical high school here in Kimberley, matriculated there, and from there he moved, and then he travelled, and that he's now come back. That has gone into the vacant slip area, and had there been a slip, there would have been drama. But immediately a bit of action with the spinners.
Definitely, Vijay.
Ludwig coming down the wicket to sort of negate the spin, and punches it down to long off for a single. Now it will be interesting to see his field placing for the left-hander, remembering that the left-hander, Trentorth, is not scared to hit the ball.
Yeah, very interesting to see. It looked like Tsepo is marshalling his troops around. Looks like a traffic cop. His hands spread wide, trying to make sure that he's got the right fielder at the right positions.
Yeah, he's moved out a deep mid-wicket, and then he's got two very short covers in Romano Terblanche, and then the captain, Rowan Herman, standing in short catching positions on the offside for the left-hander, and he's in. There's definitely a bit of turn there, Anthony.
Definitely a little bit of turn there. More than the other day, Eugene. I did not get a lot of pitches now the other day, but definitely there's a lot of turn on this wicket today. A
very good over from Tsepo Ntuli ends, And the Limpopo Impalas are 49 for 1 after 8 overs.
Immediately you could see after Tsepo's over Eugene that the run rate just slightly come down, as where previous overs they were going just above 7. So that's exactly what the captain asked for from Tsepo.
Definitely off the thigh pad of Kesha, and the umpire signals a leg bye. Some of the Heat players were getting excited about the nick, but you could hear it was a soft sound, and a leg bye.
Another little chat between the skipper and the bowler happening at the moment. Maybe just saying to him, listen, the left-hander is the one who's going to be the aggressor, so try and keep it a little bit quiet to the left-hander, and let's see what the right-hander can do. Just as I mentioned that the left-hander Ludwig is the one who's actually correction. Tyler is the one that looks like the aggressor.
Yeah, look, once there's the ball in his eye line, and he can see that they're giving him a little bit of width. He's not scared to freeze his hands and freeze arms. And then that one also a very, very lovely cover drive, square drive through the covers for 4. He hit it extremely hard, Trentorth.
Really not scared to throw his hands once he sees it outside off stump, Eugene.
Yeah, I think that's his go-to. He's very strong on the offside, and it's obviously going to challenge Benji van Rensburg, because that's his line and length, and if he errs a little bit outside off, Trentorth will have a go at it. But at the same time, he nearly got him caught on that same ball now. That's about the third shortish ball that Van Rensburg has bowled to Trentorth, and he's missed all 3.
I don't think there's a lot of bounds like the other day on the wicket now, Eugene. Maybe the skipper will now be thinking, maybe my spinners can do the work for me, the job for me here today. In saying that, there's a Romano, maybe who can come in as a left armour.
That's the end of the Van Rensburg over. Limpopo Impalas are 54 for 1. Yes, I think that Romano will also play a big factor, with his experience, and also he's the kind of bowler that concentrates on line and length, and he literally just keeps it up there. Tsepo Intuli is back in the attack from the commentary box end. This youngster looks quite an accomplished player, Anthony.
Yeah, it looks
The
comfortable.
captain, very comfortable. You can see he knows he looks as if he's a good batsman. And obviously come off a big 100 and he looks in good touch.
I think I'm going to enjoy this battle, little battle between Tsepo and the captain here. I think I'm going to enjoy this little battle between Tsepo
And Trentorth.
and Trentorth.
Yeah, for sure. It looks interesting. And already it seems as if Tsepo in Tuli has got the measure.
There we go, Eugene. And you can also see that players are noticing that this is the challenge. There's a lot of noise when Tsepo is bowled the ball. Three-dot balls, Eugene. What do you think? Next one, something is going to happen.
Something is going to happen now. And the Northern Cape Heat players are making sure the batsman is aware of that.
Good over from Tsepo Ntuli. From the commentator's end, I'm really going to enjoy this because it looked like Tsepo has got his number here. Just needs to keep his lanes.
Yeah, as you mentioned a little earlier on, the run rate has really creeped down very nicely for Northern Cape Heat, because before the spinner started bowling, it was on sevens, and now that's brought down to 5.5. And as mentioned earlier, Romano Terblanche, the experienced left armour, is into the attack. And Romano Terblanche first ball straight on the number, and Kesha just playing it straight out to mid off. Wide.
Eugene, you think the seamers will do the job here, whereas I think the spinners will do the work for us here today?
No, I think the spinners are going to be the ones that the captain will have to rely on. Just a little nudge into the mid-wicket area by the captain, and he walks through a single. Yeah, look, we've only seen Intuli so far for the morning, but all the batsmen of the Limpopo Impalas had really played the seamers very easily. There wasn't really I think besides one ball that from Benjamin van Rensburg that everybody got excited about. But otherwise, the batsmen were very comfortable against the seamers.
Yes, what usually happens is after that game, shortened game that we had now the other day, what usually happens is the guy just put a lot of roller on it. So they just roll it dead. So I think the skipper needs to start thinking about Udirile, who's a left armer, Tsepontuli, and maybe himself also as a spinner on this wicket.
Romano Treblanche getting into his work immediately. Besides the one ball that was called a wide by the umpire, he's got his line and length going now for him. Such an experienced cricketer and a man that gives 100% all the time. And as I say that, he drops one short and gets hammered through the mid-wicket area for 4 by Trentorth to bring the 11th over to a close at 61 for 1 Impalas.
Eugene, what has happened to the thoughts of don't change when it's not broken? I mean, I don't know. There's, what do they call it? The new player. They think if you cannot be bowling the same ball over and over to the same guy. But what if that same ball is troubling the player? Are you gonna change? Are you gonna stick to what you're doing, or are you changing? On a wicket like this, I think once you find a length where you're troubling the batter, I don't think you should be changing.
Yeah, I think that the players on the field, they think something must happen all the time. So if nothing's happening off a particular ball and the player's just playing you out, then you think you need to change and challenge him, and really you should just be keeping going. Let him come to you as a bowler.
Exactly. A great shot there from Tyler Trentorth. Even though the ball is turning, correction, Ludwig, even though the ball is turning into him, manages to hit it to long off, where Udirile with the Mukwane just misfielded slightly, allowing the guys to get a boundary.
Yeah, I think that Northern Cape Heat would be disappointed with that piece of fielding, because it shouldn't have even been a single, and he's misfielded and it went for 4. And now Kesha has just punched one into the mid-wicket area, and Intuli immediately shouted, hold the ball, give them the single, because I think he would really want to bowl to the left-hander. Yeah, he's actually nudged that one and maneuvered that one into the vacant area just to get him off strike and to bring the right-hander onto strike.
He has a more attacking feel to the left-hander than to the right-hander.
Again, lovely hands from Kesha, just getting his hands in the right position to play that ball with the spin to mid on. That is deep here on the boundary for a single. He looks a very composed cricketer.
Very, very composed. I also think about the shot that's the kind of shot that we need to teach little kids, because what they tend to do is just plant the front foot. Single there. Coming back to what I was saying, I think that shot, Eugene, we should be looking to teach our kids, little young ones, when it comes to strike rotation. Because what usually happens with a spin is the guys just plant their front foot, and the only shot that you have once you do that is a defensive shot. So maybe just try and teach that as part of strike rotation.
Romano Terblanche coming in from the commentary box end. And just gets hammered down the ground by Trentorth into a very straight drive, and it literally crashes into the boundary boards. He hit that ball extremely hard.
He's a strong ball guy. You can see the t-shirt, biceps out.
Yeah, he's got the big guns, so and he's proving to be difficult because he's been punching them, he's been hitting them hard and clean. It was a bit of a miss-hit by Trentorth, but he still gets it into the deep mid-wicket area, and they scamper through for 2 runs.
That one launched to the leg side, and a big 6 on the leg side by Trentorth. I think this guy has just decided now that anything short, I'm not going to be scared. I'm going to have a look at it and maybe just try and score as many runs as I can.
Yeah, the pace that Romano Terblanche bowls, he can't pitch it that short. He's really going to hurt him, and that is the first 6 for the morning.
Again, tries to bowl the same ball and same results. Down leg, big 6, and that brings up the 50 for Tyler Trentorth, a player on the move.
Yeah, great for a free from the opening batter.
Yeah, Eugene, to get a 50 in 12 overs tells you that he's a player on the move. He's sitting on 52 of just a little bit over 40 balls.
Yeah, to get 50 as emphatic as he's done, or 42 balls. That was great batting. Some big power hitting and 2 sixes off Romano to Blanche. In the other game that is being played in the Division 2 today is in Bloemfontein. The emerging team is playing against the Flex-Brand Knights. They 60 for 4. The emerging team is 60 for 4 in that game. So the first time that I see this Kesha, the captain, and I must say I am enjoying what I see.
Yeah, it looks like an all-round player. Comes straight, has the shots, go wide, he has the shots. Maybe just try and find from Tsepo, needs to find a way just to keep it quiet when he bowls to him. Because I think Tsepo has got it sort of worked out when he bowls to the left-hander, Trentorth.
Yeah, so again the run rate has just gone up to 6.6 after that Rebranche over.
Unless he bowls like that, he's going to get punished. And then one drag short, 2 straight, 2 to Trentorth, who rocks back, slaps it behind square for 4.
Yeah, and truly, really bowling a loose ball, his first one, and it got punished. We have been saying that for the morning that Trentorth barely bowled and very strong bowled and not scared to hit the ball.
Just as we mentioned, Eugene, that Tsepo has got the width around Trentorth. Just after being hit for a 4 on the leg side, Tsepo corrects his lines and his lens, traps him LBW in the crease, and Limpopo loses their second wicket, 92 for 2 in 13 overs.
Yeah, that's a very big wicket for the Northern Cape Heat. Obviously, the in-form batsman and Taylor Trentorth out for 52 or 43 balls. And we just want to have a look at that LBW again, but from up on the commentary box end, absolutely looks stone dead. And the important thing was about this ball was it was such a good ball after the brutal 4 that Trentorth hit. Yeah, definitely looked straight on from where we're sitting.
Yeah, hit him on the back leg, Eugene. Not much that the umpire had to think of. Hit him on the back leg. Eugene looks like Atwell Mokholobata is coming in. Not really sure if it's him, but we'll confirm as soon as he turns around because he needs to show us his number.
Motswari.
Looks like Emmanuel Muchwiri, number 11, Eugene. Yeah, it is Emmanuel Muchwiri coming in.
Yeah, it's Emmanuel Motswiri. He's only played 6 matches so far with a highest score of 51, but also a good little cricketer, comes with a lot of pedigree, and it's Romano Blanche now bowling to the captain. And he's gone straight through him. And this entire Northern Cape cricket has gone at it as if we literally have 5,000 people in this stadium today. I think that wicket of Trentorth would give Northern Cape a lot of encouragement, and they can now step up and try to see if they can start getting control of the game, because Trentorth really bossed the game while he was batting, and when he left, the run rate went up to 6.6 again. So we'll see what impact that has now on the run rate.
Yeah, Eugene, you know, I'm one of those old coaches, Eugene. What I would like to see happening now is Romano bowling to Emmanuel Muchwiri, most of his balls going to the new batter.
A very good ball from Romano Blanche, that Emmanuel just tucks down to third man for a single. Just tucked off his hip by Kesha for a single. The end of the 15th over, the Limpopo Impalas are 95 for 2.
Yeah, you just get the feeling that the Northern Cape hits sort of like realize this is the moment where they can squeeze the Limpopo Impalas a little bit here, Eugene. What they need to do is try and string a lot of dot balls now, just to bring that run rate down a little bit, and just put in the squeeze a little bit.
Tsepo Intuli continuing from the commentary box in, and yes, I'm sure that is their plan. is to keep it tight. And obviously, again, Tsepo would now be preferred to bowl to Motsweri, because it definitely seems as if the captain, Ludwig Kishna, is playing him fairly comfortably.
Immediately, Jean, once Emmanuel gets to strike, Tsepo gets back to his lanes, 2 dot balls. Tsepo using his experience a little bit. Just watch him, Eugene, as he rushes Mtswiri there. He rushes back to his run-up. 4 dots.
Yeah, he's going to nick him now. He's literally trying to bowl as quickly as possible and to make sure that he keeps him on strike. Won't be happy with that one, because that one slid down leg side for a single. But it also is the end of the over.
Don't know if you saw all the other balls that he bowled to him, Eugene. He rushed back to his run-up just to put a little bit of pressure, not giving him enough time to think of where is he going to score his runs or his single. So just Tsepo just bringing in his little bit of experience there.
Romano Terblanche just punched into the covers by Kesha.
That's actually Emmanuel Motswiri, Eugene.
My apologies. I actually was sitting and thinking and telling you that it's actually a lovely cool day in Kimberley today. Lovely to play cricket in this kind of weather in Kimberley.
Eugene is saying lovely weather. This is the best weather you can play cricket in. Unfortunately, in Kimberley, we don't have a lot of these days.
Yeah, normally it's a scorcher. And I know over the years, bowlers didn't enjoy coming to Kimberley when it was hot and on a flat wicket, and you got to tolerate all the elements and then still come and discover that the wicket is giving you no assistance. Just the edge down to third man by Emmanuel for a single.
Talking about the weather, Eugene, while I was playing, we used to have a guy called Martin Gidley. Fortunate to share a room with him. Every morning when we wake up, the first thing the guy used to do is open the curtains and look at the sun and look at the sky and say, it's cracking pavements. The minute it's hot, you knew those words were coming out of his mouth.
Nice drive straight to the captain of the Heat, Rowan Herman, and no run. Yeah, no, Martin Gidley was the English professional that came from Leicester, that came to come and play here. What a cricketer.
Yeah, what a good guy. Never used to look like he wants to play cricket, but once he gets on the pitch, on the field, he did what he was required of him.
Yeah, he scored a pile of runs for Griquas at one stage, for Griquas and Northern Cape then, after the name change. And I must say at some time he was holding the record for the most runs, but that was eventually broken by Wendell Bossinger.
Yeah, that brings the end of the over from Romano and a timely drinks break for the players and the umpires on the field. Limpopo sitting on 99 for 2 after 17 overs. Which one of the two teams will be happy, Eugene? The Hits or Limpopo Impalas at the moment?
I think it's a fair contest now for both teams, but I think the Heat will be much happier now. Net om met jou te gaan praat. Okay. Stuur maar met die ground staff. Dankie man by. Right. Bye. They'll send it after. Back after the drinks break, Tsepo Intuli will continue from the commentary box in. And he will be bowling to Ludwig Kesha.
Oh, a bit of a confusion between the two batters. Lucky for him to put the brakes on and make it back on time.
Kesha just using his feet again and to punch it away, but most of it in the air, and Rowan Herman was very interested, nearly got to it in the end.
I think what he did well there, Eugene, was anticipate the ball coming to his left. So he walked in a little bit to his left and anticipating that the ball will come to his left. What a tidy over from Mr. Ntuli.
I did mention that he will be key in this game. So far 1 for 19, but really whenever he's bowling, it just seems as if anything will happen at any time. Romano Terblanche will continue from the country club end, the left arm seamer. Gets hammered into the offside. A long chase, great fielding. And the batsman runs through for 3. It looks like Benjamin. No, it's not Benjamin.
I think that's Ganata on the fence there, Eugene. Definitely Ganata.
But some great fielding. Bit of a lucky edge there for Emmanuel down into the third man area for a single.
Romano just looking to angle it across the right-handers at the moment.
I still think if he's going to try to do that as his stock ball, then I'm sure the captain most probably still has the luxury to put in at least one slip, because the one edge from Motswari literally went into that vacant slip area.
I think if they do deploy that, Eugene, to Motswiri, maybe a slap in there for him, as he's relatively new at the crease.
But a change of angle from Romano Terblanche, and immediately causing a bit of discomfort. You know, those are very painful when it comes off the edge of the bat into your inside of your thigh.
Yeah, you don't want those, Eugene.
You don't want that. It's quite painful.
Yeah, you don't want those, Eugene. But now the new protective equipment, they've got this inner thigh pad that looks after that area.
Just tucked off his hip for a single. The end of the 19th over for Romano for Northern Cape Heat. The end of Terblanche's over, and Northern Cape Heat, Limpopo, 105 for 2. The Northern Cape Heat now really pushing hard and motivating Tsepo Ntuli as he comes up to bowl.
Tsepo would not be happy with himself there, Eugene. Anticipated nicely to his right that the ball is going to end up there. Not managing to get a hand to it.
Yeah, look, any bowler, and in particular an off-spin bowler, they want to do the fielding of their own bowling. Yeah, he wouldn't want to have given that run away. Now into his 7th over, Anthony.
There's a definite ploy from Ntuli to rush. To rush Mutswiri in taking up his guard and his stance. Every time Tsepo has the ball, he's quickly ready and Mutswiri has to get back to his crease. Don't know if you picked up Eugene. Before he could even lift his head, and Tsepo is already busy running on his run-up, about to bowl. So if I was Mutswiri, I'll just slow everything down.
Yeah, the end of his over, only 1 run from it, and a very tidy over from Tsepo Ntuli. He's now bowled 7 overs, 1 for 21. A very, very tidy spell.
I think we have a bowling change from the country clubs and Udirile Mudimukwane, the left arm spinner. I think Udirile is very particular in his field placing. He's just shouting that that's Hika. Hika needs to be on deep square. Usually what happens is field bowlers have their own fielders where they want them on the field. So they just needed to correct that and put Hika into deep square. Good start there from what they call OD, Udirle.
Yeah, 2 good pieces of fielding by the Northern Cape Heat to support their bowlers. So I think the squeeze is now on with the 2 spinners operating.
That one he gave a little bit of a twig, Eugene. The first 2 came down very quick, and that one he gave a bit of a twig. Could see the ball turning more than the first 2 balls.
And immediately the captain comes in to slip.
More fielding change, Eugene. Looks like the captain really was to put a squeeze on here. Romano moving into extra cover. I think Udirile will be bitterly disappointed with that ball. We just moved the fielder from the leg side to the offside, and then he bowls a sort of like a half tracker down leg, where the batter just swivels, nudges it to leg side, and he gets a single.
Yeah, it's a point we were making is that there was such a lot of movement going into offside, and he immediately bowls that ball. As he moved the player to the offside, he bowls that one down leg. But still, nonetheless, a very tidy over by Modokokani, and that is the end of the 21st over. So here's your game within a game,
Yeah.
with the two spinners operating. Ntuli coming from the commentary box end. Krishna not shy to use his feet. Oh, he squared him up with that one. Another tidy over from Tepo Ntuli, only one run coming from it, and definitely seems as Tepo Ntuli has got to catch a flight this afternoon, because he's running between these balls, he's running between overs to get into his position. Very enthusiastic young man.
Yeah, Eugene, I just made a interesting. I would really like to know how many dot balls have been bowled between Emmanuel Mutuidi and Ludwig after they've lost the wicket.
Beaten outside off stump. Motswari. Emmanuel Motswari already facing 22 balls for his 4 runs. So I think the pressure's on him. Nice little square drive into the covers. There is some protection. A single to the Limpopo Impalas. Same shot played by the captain. Goes to the same player, and another single to end the over. Tepo Ntuli was posted there down at the third man boundary for that over, and now he comes in speeding from the boundary to come and bowl his over.
interesting to see how the captain Ludwig Kesha will deal with Tsepo Ntuli's over.
He missed another one. An angry man now, because he really thought he could have saved that single. Tsepo Ntuli.
Oh, what a naughty from Tsepo. Gave him a little bit of worth. Emmanuel Matsuri cutting him through between point and short third man for a boundary 4. Now all of a sudden that pressure has been built. Eugene just let it slip just like that.
One ball released and 4. This one he nudges down for a single. But as you mentioned, all of a sudden it just seems as if there's a little bit of release for Emmanuel Motswari. A nice punch down the ground from the captain for a single. That's the end of Tsepo Ntuli's over. And the Impalas are 118 for 2 after 24. Yeah, another big game around the world, Anthony, today with South Africa playing against Zimbabwe.
Yeah, very interesting game that, Eugene.
Just to break away from that, Anthony, what a shot. What a shot by the captain. A delightful cover drive for 4.
Yeah, that's an exquisite shot through the covers. With a packed offside, Eugene still managed to cram it through the covers for 4. That one he just nudges behind point. No single taken. Oh, what an interesting shot. Oh, what an interesting shot. You know, Eugene, this is new shots that these guys play. He just goes down on one knee and he sort of like paddles it over behind, literally behind the keeper for 2. Yeah, now after that Ntuli over where the pressure was released a little bit, now all of a sudden you're starting to see the runs flowing a little bit.
Modi Mokwani really turning it now. Tucks it into a vacant area for a single. And that's the end of the over, the end of the 25th over. 125 for 2 and Tepu Intuli comes charging in from third man to continue his over. Anthony, we live in a really sport-mad country. There was so much sport over this weekend. And I know the country was divided yesterday between the black and the yellow. Black of Orlando Pirates and the yellow of Kaizer Chiefs.
Yeah, Eugene, you really had to go there now. Remind all the Kaizer Chiefs fans about the 3 duck they suffered to.
I was around at some sports events yesterday, from rugby to cricket to hockey. And everywhere I went, the rivalry was being discussed. But I have to tell you that at the one school I was at, a Pirates supporter, him, the father, the mother, and the 2 boys all had Pirates t-shirts on. And he said to me, there's no debate. It's just a matter of going out today to go and win. And when I saw it was 3-0, I so wish I had his phone number, because the other Pirates fans I got to, they weren't that confident.
Yeah.
Ntuli back on his line and length and back at his game. And now for the first time, again, the run rate has come down under 5. The end of Tepu Ntuli's over, and that's also the end of his spell. And Ntuli has bowled his 10 overs, 1 for 30. A very interesting spell of bowling. With the news that Zimbabwe has lost their first wicket in the T20 World Cup game against South Africa.
Yeah, interesting year there, Eugene. I see Mapaka is playing. Very excited about him. I also thought this morning, I was wondering what the coach thoughts would be when it comes to his subs, now that we have automatically qualified.
Yeah, there was always talk that there would be some changes for this game, because we've already qualified for the semis, and it's important to give your bench a bit of a run. So I see Mapaka's in, George Linder's in, and Andrich Nokia. A bowling change from the commentary box end. Fenter. Fenter is in the Mornay. Fenter is the new bowler from the country club end. And Anthony, I got a sneaking suspicion that there will be a change of end for the spinner, because he was bowling very well, and now they brought on Fenter from the commentary box end. So I'm sure that he will replace Tepu Ntuli from this end.
Yeah, maybe just a change of ends, Eugene, for the spinners and operate the seamers from the one side.
Just a little glide off his thigh pad by Kesha down to the vacant third man area. The third man is very, very square, and this one was very fine, and the ball has gone for 4. The Limpopo Impalas now go to 130 for 2. Some good fielding in the covers there by the captain. Morne Venter has also got a very important role to play now because the Northern Cape Heat has managed to bring back the run rate, so he's got to make sure that he maintains, to get the control back for the Heat.
I think, Eugene, this is the time where they feel either you win the game from here or you lose the game from here, Eugene. If we can keep it, if the Heat can keep it tidy from here going forward, it means the Limpopo Impalas will have to be the ones that's a little bit aggressive and take the game to the Heat. So this is where the game is won or lost.
Just another leg by. Last ball of the over.
Yeah, Eugene, so you were correct in saying earlier on that maybe just a change of ends for the bowlers from the commentary end. Modimukwani just changing ends from the country club's end and coming back to the commentary end where Tsepontuli was operating from.
Yeah, obviously they must be feeling that there's a little bit of more turn or purchase from the other end, and it's always good to have your spinner bowling at the best end. He got away with that one, a bit of a full ball, and the captain of the Impalas just didn't manage to get it away.
What a beautiful ball and good catch taken there by the skipper at slip. End of the inning of Emmanuel Mutwiri.
And he's just gone into that slip position 2 balls before then, and or at the start of the over, sorry. And that's good captaincy there by the captain and a good catch.
It's a good catch, Eugene. He was moving a little bit to his right as the ball was edged. He has to change direction, move to his left. Good hands from Herman there. It slipped. Limpopo Impala sitting on 132 for 3 in 27 overs. The skipper Ludwig Kissner sitting on 68 balls. Looks like he will have to bat through the inning if Limpopo wanted to post a decent total here today.
Yes, for sure. It's a vital wicket that they took for the Northern Cape Heat. There was a partnership of 40 runs, and the Heat will now feel that they now need to control.
Just trying to confirm the incoming batter. We'll confirm as soon as we get his name. It looks like the wicketkeeper, Sizwe Masondo, has just strolled to the wicket. Definitely Sizwe Masondo, Eugene.
Yeah, it is Masondo, the right-handed batter.
Good start. First ball to Sizwe from Udirile.
And some good spin. It's always the best place to bat in a cricket game is at the non-strikers end.
So true, Eugene. That's what my old coach used to say. When you're under pressure, get the single, go sit at the non-strikers end, and think about your plan clearly, and leaving your partner to take care of the over or the next ball, whilst you're busy standing at the non-strikers end, thinking about where you're going to score your runs, where you're going to take your singles. Prinsloo to continue from the country club end.
You did mention earlier on, Anthony, that the captain of the Limpopo Impalas has got a big role to play now. He's got to make sure that he bats most of these overs. Punched into the covers for a single.
Definitely, Eugene. He needs to make sure that he's the sort of like the glue to the batting lineup. Make sure he bats throughout, and everybody bats around him. In doing that, we'll actually make sure that the Limpopo Impalas put up a decent total here for their bowlers to defend. Oh, Masondo just decided he's going to walk down the wicket and slap that one over the leg side for a massive 6.
That is a huge 6. It is literally out of the ground. After bowling a very tight ball just before this one, Masondo very lucky to hold it out, and then the next one he just does a little shimmy down the wicket, and he dispatches Fenter over the embankment for a 6.
The little Masondo, I'm not sure if it's the same Masondo that I came across in Pretoria. I think it's exactly the same guy. He's a little keeper from Pretoria. Yeah, Eugene, maybe my mistake to say little little wicketkeeper from Pretoria. He's 39 years old. He's been around. Back to my Sondo story. I came across him in Pretoria or Gauteng, but I think he's from Gauteng. And then obviously he's moved from Gauteng to Limpopo just to continue his cricketing career.
The end of a very eventful over from Mornay Fenta, and the Impalas are 142 for 3 after 29 overs. Modi Mokani bowling the 30th. Wily left arm spinner. Masondo's also not hanging back. He's punching. That was an extremely hard shot. He down to mid off, but fielded by the Heat. And another punch into the cover. Some great fielding, and no run. And immediately there's a change in the field with the mid-wicket being sent to the boundary.
Yes, Eugene. I'm not sure if who is off the field, because I can see Matwaring onto the field here at extra cover. Not sure who went off the field. I can see Orapileng Matwaring on the field. Not sure who has left the field at the moment. Brings an end to the over of Udirile Mudimukwani. Not a bad over. Limpopo Impalas sitting on 144 for 3 in 30 overs, and Prinsloo to continue from the country club end. Actually, correction, it's Morne Fenter to continue from the country club's end. This one scooped nice in the air, and a good catch taken there by Benjamin and Murdoch. Brings another wicket. Wicket falls for Limpopo Impalas. They're sitting on 145 for 4 in 30 overs, busy with the 31st over. Don't think Masondo wanted to hang around too long. He came out guns blazing, and that one he just miscues, goes straight in the air, gets caught at Murov.
Yeah, I'm sure the captain is not too happy about that, because he really needs somebody to stay with him. And Masondo looked as if he was the batter that would bat longer, but he just decided to tee off and unfortunately got caught. The new batsman coming to the wicket is CSA Kleinhans. Christoffel Kleinhans. He's also Kimberley born, was at Newton Primary School, moved over to Grey College, then played for Free State, and then played for the Heat, and now he's at Limpopo. And also a very talented left-handed batsman. He's got a highest score of 75 in the List A games, but he will be now facing Morne Venter. Also a guy that will know the wicket very well.
Yeah, he's been around, played a little bit in here, the Diamond Oval. Should know the conditions very well. Beautiful, beautiful from Morne. Just hanging it outside there, the off stump, and beating the outside edge. And immediately after that ball, you see the skipper moving himself from mid-wicket into a slip position.
Yeah, very good ball now from Morne Venter. That just left CSA Kleinhans, and the captain is in at slip. I had a bit of a chat this morning to the coach of the Impalas, Gershwin Rabi, also a very experienced cricketer, played the game for a long time, hails from Oudtshoorn area and SWD, was the coach down there, and he's now moved up to the Impalas. So I guess the Impalas are very lucky to have a guy with his experience in the coaching department.
Yeah, with his experience, Eugene, you could see this morning the way they warmed up. Everything was organized. Everybody knew what needs to happen. That's the kind of player that they have there in Gershwin Rabi. Played a little bit against him when he was at Southwest District.
Another substitution for Northern Cape Heat with Liam Doherty on the field. And again, I couldn't see who's the player that went off there. Modi Mokani will continue from the commentary box end. I guess for the Impalas, this would be the partnership. Both two experienced batters, and both of them can bat. So the Impalas would want them to be able to stay now and build a partnership.
Yes, Eugene, you don't want to lose a wicket now and open yourself up to the all-rounders having to come and do the work for you.
It will be interesting now to see what the spinner does to the left-hander. Lovely shot by CSA Kleinhans. Just for a single. Just a punch down the ground to a mid-off position for a single, and that's the end of the 32nd over, and the Impalas are 148 for 4. I see it was just for a boot change for Mornay Venter, who ran off the field, and Liam Doherty came up. So he's back onto the field to continue his over. And he will be bowling from the commentary box end, and he'll be bowling to the captain of the Limpopo Impalas, Ludwig Kesha. A little square punch into the covers. There is protection on the boundary, garnet tar, and a single for the Impalas. Kesha has now moved on to 47, and that is of 81 balls. Another good ball. Just leaving the left-hander.
Again, Eugene beating him outside the off stump.
Another good ball, yes, outside off stump, beating him. But with this one, he literally moved across and he didn't get there.
I think he's trying to negate that movement. It's not really a movement, it's just coming down with an angle across him. He's just trying to get into line with that, but he missed. Looking at it again, Eugene, it just looked like he played the ball that was so far outside of Ostam. and then he still manages to miss it.
Yeah, just punches this one now into the covers for a single. And that is the 150 up for the Limpopo Impalas, and that comes in the 33rd over of the innings. Tahir Isaacs, the wicket keeper, had a chance there. CSA Kleinans calling the captain for a sharp single, but Tahir Isaacs just taking his eyes off the ball to check where the player is, and he misses it. Sharp chance for a run out.
Yeah, Udirile Mudimukwani to continue from the commentary end. Straight up, nice and full face of the bat, punches it down the ground for a single.
That has really been his trademark shot for the day, Anthony.
He's kept everything straight, Eugene. He's waited for the ones that are nice and short for him to go square of the wicket. But anything up to him shows the straight bat to the bowler. And he plays nice and straight. A lot of excitement there from the Heats players as CSA Heats won. A little bit in the air towards mid-wicket to pass the right of mid-wicket for a single.
Just a square drive for the captain to bring up his 50. That is Ludwig Kesha's 50, and he's in a rich frame of form at the moment. And they say when you get into that purple patch, you must cash in.
Yes, you need to make sure that you extend the purple patch, Eugene. Make sure that you drag it with you for as long as you can.
Yeah, his 50s come off 84 balls, so it was really a patient innings and a lot of class.
Yeah, Eugene, he needed to be patient. Remember when he came in, they just lost a wicket and just needed to make sure that they don't lose another wicket. Play a little bit of a patient inning. Good player, plays with a lot of straight bat. Only when the ball is short that he looks to go square of the wicket. And now all of a sudden with a spinner, I see he's developed this sort of like a square drive, and maybe he's picked up that Murimukwane with the ball turning away. He's kept the ball nice and full to him. Now he has this square drive where he squirts the ball between point and sort of like deep sweeper on the boundary. Morne Fenter. Is that Morne Fenter, Eugene?
That's him bowling from the country club end. Bowling his fifth over from that end. handweg indicating hitting the ball straight directly to the mid-on fielder. But the minute he played the shot, he shadow batted that one and he meant to hit it a little bit square into the gap. Bit of a lucky edge for a single to the square leg umpire, picked up by a Termano Terblanche for a single. The Northern Cape Heat has used 6 bowlers so far, so I think that after this 5th over, I'm sure the captain will be thinking whether he needs to make another bowling change. And we do know that Modimo Bukani will definitely bowl out his 10.
Yeah, definitely. They have to bowl out the spinner, Eugene.
That is a classy shot by the little left-hander. A drive over cover for 6.
Didn't look like he hit it hard, Eugene. It's for it to fly over, sort of like an extra cover for 6. And it looked like an inside out for him to be able to get it over Romano there at extra cover.
No force, it was just elegance.
He follows it up with a hard-driven straight drive for a single to Tepon Tuliat Muraf.
Yeah, obviously seen enough of CP Kleinhans to know that he has the ability to play shots like that, and that was effortless. It was just his hands, absolute class, hitting that 6 over extra cover, and it was an inside out shot. And then again, good batting immediately after the 6, hit it into mid on and get off strike.
Yeah, good cricket all around. Good cricket all around, Eugene. As mentioned earlier on, the best place to be when you're batting is on the non-striker's end. And I think at that time he's already done his job for the over. He's got 7 runs of the over. He's given the skipper the opportunity to say, you have a go, skip. I've scored you 7 runs in this over. Your turn.
The end of the Mona event over. The end of the 35th, and the Impalas are 164 for 4.
Yeah, it's Mudimukwane to continue from the commentary end to Kleinhans, who punches down the ground. All of a sudden interested in the second run, but he declines. Just punched down the ground for 1.
Fielding that was done by Benjamin van Rensburg.
Oh, nice and gentle paddle sweep from Ludwig. Beautifully played. 4 runs. Don't think Odirile knew or owed in lines. It's just Kakani, Ludwig, who just paddled it around the corner for a welcome boundary.
Yeah, again some good batsmanship, straight on his pads, and he literally just lapped that one, tickled it around the corner, and there's a massive vacant area in that area, and running down for 4.
Goes again on the sweep shot, this time just a little bit finer. Squarer, my apologies, squarer, where a fielder does the fielding there on the boundary, enough time for them to run 2.
Another punch down the ground by Kesha for a single off the last ball of the over. That's the end of the 36th over, and the Impalas are 172 for 4. I mentioned to you earlier on they used 6 bowlers for the morning, and Benjamin van Rensburg bowled 5 for 26. Charles Prinsloo bowled 3 for 22. Tsepo Ntuli bowled his 10 overs for 30. Terblanche 5 overs for 34. And Modi Mokawani, he's just completed his 8th. And Mornay Venter now will start with his 6th over. So the captain's got some options. I'm sure you'd have wanted 1 or 2 in the bank from Ntuli.
Mornay continuing from the country club end. Again, it looks like the Limpopo will have to get move on a little bit here. They've got wickets in hand. Just need to try and push the run rate a little bit so that once it comes to the last 10 overs, somewhere there they should be batting at about 6 and above 6 runs an over.
Very true, because they started off at 7s, and now it's literally come down to 4.5. And with every dot ball, it affects that run rate. So you're 100% right. They need to now decide on getting a move on.
This one is lofted over mid-on, 2 bounces, fielder does the field, easy 2 at the end.
Yeah, that was a big shot. I really thought it looked as if it was going to go out of the ground, but it again just dropped over the head of Garnet Tar, and the batsman could run 2. Just a punch down the ground to mid on for a single. Bring CSA Kleinhans to the grounds. It was good for me this morning to see Jeremy Fredericks. I haven't seen him for a little while. Back at the stadium. Was heavily involved in the development program in the early years, and I'm sure you were still playing cricket at that time, if not schools cricket when he was here.
Yes, Eugene, I was still at school when Mr. Fredericks was still around in Kimberley. It was good to see him this morning.
Another good ball to the left-hander.
Yeah, it was good to see him this morning. Had a little bit of a chat with him at the toss as the fielders make it off to take a bit of a drinks break. We'll be back shortly.
We're back at the Kimberley Oval after the drinks break with the score on 174 for the Limpopo Impalas. And I'm sure there must have been some discussions during the drinks break, Anthony, around the last few overs going into 50.
Yeah, definitely, Eugene. Maybe the captain just having a look at his options, who's going to bowl the last overs and who's going to bowl when.
A sharp throw from the Heat captain and some great backing by Ika. CJ Kleinhans trying to pierce that offside field and just hitting it directly to the fielders. A nice tidy over from the left armour, the end of the 38th over, 176 for 4. Only one run coming from that over now.
Don't think the captain will mind that at this time of the game. For an over to go for 1 run.
Mornay Venter will continue from the commentary box end, and he will be bowling to the captain Ludwig Kesha. A short pitch ball from Mornay Venter. Sounded like he was very interested. He thought there was a little bit of scratch, but nobody else interested, including the umpire.
This one is lofted over on the leg side where Tepon Tuli is just on the ring. Unfortunately, couldn't get a hand to it. Tried his best, but I think it's just out of reach. Good shot, good intentions now from the skipper that we want to get the move on. Hopefully there's the one shot that shows that we need to get moving here. If we want to get to 280, they need to start moving right about now. Bit of a discussion with the field position between the bowler and the captain, deciding to bring his third man up and dropping Tepon Tuli to long off boundary. And immediately there's a single down in the same area where he does fielding, only 1 run. another change to the field, to the left-hander, CJ Klingons. Morne deciding that he's going to bring his third man up and drop his fine leg down to the boundary. Quick single, well judged.
Yeah, this is the issue with the left-hander, right-hander combination. They took a while to set their field for the left-hander. He takes a single, and immediately there's a discussion as to where the player should be for the right-hander.
Yeah, it caused a bit of a frustration for the bowler because you tend to want to bowl to one batter that you feel you can get a few dots. And then the next thing, what he does, he nudges it and he gets a single, and then it's a left-hander on strike. But that last ball, he manages to really get a dot ball in, brings a tidy over. When you look at the number of overs bowled, it's not a bad over. Brings Mudimukwane to bowl from the commentary end. Limpopo Impalas sitting at 182 for 4, 39 overs, 11 overs left. I'm not sure when other guys or the skipper are going to decide he's had enough now. We need to push a little bit if we really want to put on a decent total here. Decent total, I think if they were to get anything above 270, 290 would be a great score for the Hits to chase. That one nudged down the leg side for a single after bowling 2 dot balls. Being encouraged by Ntuli just to rush through his overs a little bit. Lucky to get away with that one. It looked like a bit of a drag short. Better missing the ball and being struck on the pads. Maybe call for 2. Great fielding down here in front of us by, is it Morne Fenter? It looks like Prinsloo. Great fielding here down in front of us by Prinsloo. Cut it down to only a single.
That's also the end of the Modibo Kwani's spell of bowling. He completed his 10. And so the two spinners have bowled out their 20 overs. And it seems as if the last couple will be seam.
We should be seeing Benjamin coming back and maybe a little bit of Romano coming back also later.
Some discussions between the captain and Benjamin van Rensburg around their field settings and what line and length he's planning to bowl. And he now runs off to a deep mid-off on the fence.
Taking extra time to set his field here, Eugene, making sure everybody spot on.
Not 100% sure if that was worth it, eh? With your captain on 69 and taking a sharp single like that, and Monet Fenta nearly hitting the stumps from short range. In the end, a good single and brings the captain on strike.
Yeah, Eugene, it could have been a disaster if he managed to hit the stumps there and getting his captain, running his captain out. He's the in man, 69. Needs to bat throughout the inning.
Bit of a loose shot from the captain.
Another change to the field. I think the bowler just anticipating that he'll look to score on the leg side, setting up the field to the leg side.
And he smashes that one through the covers for 4.
That one pulled in front of square where Romano does the fielding. Only 1 run taken.
CSA Kleinans just punching that straight down the ground for a single, which brings the end of the 41st over. And the total moves to 192 for 4. A change of ends for Morne Fenta. He is now coming from the country club end to replace the off spinner Modimo Kwane. Again, a bit of time taken to make sure that he has the correct fielders in the right place, making sure about all the angles and getting the best fielders in the heavy traffic zone. Now he's having a little bit of a discussion with Romano Terblanche, getting his last words of encouragement, and now ready to go.
A little bit of a swash to the leg side over the mid wicket boundary for a 4, boundary 4. First ball in the over, showing intention as to now we need to score a little bit quicker than we have been. Maybe this is just the move, Eugene, that they needed.
Yeah, he muscled that one across onto the leg side and got a 4 off the first ball, and immediately the heat under pressure. Just a punch down the ground by CSA Kleinans for a single. Again, some big movement with the field changes and making sure that the players are correct, with most of the protection on the leg side. And that was pulled into the deep mid wicket area for 2 runs. Kesha now moves on to 76, and the partnership is gone over 50. It's on 54 between these two batsmen. Wide down the leg side, and some good fielding on the boundary, and literally saves his team 2 runs It is the off-spinner Modikwani that's on the third man boundary. Definitely saved his team 2 runs. And that brings up the 200 for the Limpopo Impalas. Anthony, it's clear now there's now intent from the batters.
No, it's about time that they show intent, Eugene. You can actually see the way they run between the wickets that the intention is clear.
Again, straight on his pads, just tucked into the mid-wicket area and immediately back for 2. Great running, great running. That was also the 50 partnership between CSA Kleinhans and Ludwig Kesha. And that's the end of the 42nd over with the Impalas on 205 for 4. Kesha has moved to 82 and CSA Kleinhans is on 22. Benjamin van Rensburg to continue from the country club end, and again some serious movement of the players by the Northern Cape Heat captain. Very meticulous as to where the players are standing and which players are in which areas. Always wanting your best fielders in the areas where some great fielding by Tahir Isaacs. Ball nudged down the third man to fine leg, apologies, from the left-hander, and a diving save and having a big attempt at a run out. So great fielding by the wicket-keeper. Here's the big shot. Ludwig Kesha picking up a short ball of Benjamin van Rensburg and pulling it over mid-wicket, hitting it onto the embankment for a maximum.
I think the intent is quite clear now, Eugene. We need to get moving. If we want to really, the Limpopo Impalas, if they really want to post a decent total for their bowlers to bowl at, they need to get moving. And as a captain, he signaled the intention now that we need to move.
Smash through the covers. What a shot from the captain. A square drive flat through the covers for 4.
That was brutal, Eugene. He hit it so hard through the covers. Don't think even the sweeper had enough time to react for that. That's how hard he hit it.
No, he hit it extremely hard, and that ball literally went past the sweeper, very close. But it just shows the intent, and it also just shows how extremely well he's timing the ball, and he's now moved into the 90s. He now tried to just little bit to nick it off, and he wanted to push it into the vacant area on the leg side.
Yeah, unfortunately, he didn't just push it into the right angle because the bowler could come around and to stop that one from him, preventing him taking the single.
Yeah, they're from the Limpopo dugout. Somebody is shouting, calm heads, calm heads, calm heads. And I'm sure they're talking to the captain. But I must admit that for this entire innings, he definitely looked very calm, very composed.
That one dug in wide. The batter misses it. And the umpire just showing that that's one for the over. If you look at it, Eugene, if he bowls the one that's so short in the over, so late in the over, it means he can't now bowl another one.
Yeah, and then immediately had to adjust the field because now it's got to be fuller. The end of the 43rd over with the score on 216 for 4. Mornay Venter will continue from the commentary box end, and he will be bowling to the left-handed CSA Kleinhans. A big shot didn't go where he intended, and a bit of a misfield allows the batsman to rush through for 2. Captain not very happy, clapping his hands and showing some signals, and the Northern Cape Heat has really got to keep it together now. Smashed down the ground again. Some great fielding by Hika. Some great fielding. He's a good fielder, this youngster.
He moves across the field very quickly, Eugene. Short little guy, but yeah, the way he moves, he's very quick across the field.
Again, a very loaded leg side field. I'm not very convinced about all the 3 fielders in the covers on being on the ring. So literally, he's got to bowl it straight, and he's got to stay away from outside off stump because he's going to get hurt there. Bowls it intentionally down the leg side, and players charging in from all over to try to prevent the 1 run to the captain. Ludwig Kesha moves on to 93. And the team 220 for 4. A big heave from CJ Kleinans outside off stump. Gets a feather straight through to the keeper, who takes a smart catch, and that's the end of CSA Kleinans, the end of a very good partnership. A partnership of 75 runs between the captain and CSA Kleinans. But Morne Venter picks up his first wicket in his 9th over, which sees the end of CSA Kleinans, who is walking very slowly to the change room.
Just trying to confirm the incoming batter.
Keenan Vieira. The new batsman is Keenan Vieira, the right-handed batsman, coming in at a time where his team needs to accelerate, but I think he also has an important role to play as far as supporting his captain.
More fielding changes been done by the skipper, bringing Long Off up to the ring and dropping third man to the new batter.
And immediately off the strike, Vieira immediately off the strike with a little nudge into this bacon square leg area, and which should be his role in the start of this innings, Anthony, so that he could get his captain to face some more balls.
I think that you're correct, Eugene. He just needs to support the skipper. Skipper has been middling the ball very well, and he has shown that he wants to get the move on. So all he has to do is just support him and make sure that the skipper gets to his 100. Not that we should be worried too much about personal milestones, but the team. But at the moment he's the guy who's going to get us to a decent score.
Yeah, he's got and now off the last ball of the over, he just nudges it in to get the single so that he can maintain the strike on the opposite end, and he will be facing now as Benjamin van Rensburg is getting ready to bowl from the country club end.
Very, very clever of the skipper, knowing exactly what he needs to do for him to be able to keep the strike.
Yeah, great cricket awareness. But as I said, he obviously being captain of the team, he must have a good cricket brain. But it really looks like he understands his game. He knows where's his strengths and his weaknesses, and he's really played very well. It's a good dot ball there from Van Rensburg.
Yeah, one of the balls that are so underrated in cricket, Eugene. You know, a lot of bowlers don't bowl Yorkers anymore. I'm not sure what's the reason behind it. Guys opt for these slow ball bounces, and what happens is exactly that. The batter gets a little bit of bat to it, goes over your short third man, and a boundary. His field placing tells me that he should be bowling it full and straight, and that's what he did the first ball. Remember the conversation we had earlier on, Eugene? He bowled a Yorker, and then the next ball you try and bowl a bouncer. I mean, if it's working, why do you want to change?
And also with your third man in, you don't take it there.
I just get a feeling that that's all he has to do.
And they're rushing back for the second to get him to his 100. That's an absolute great knock by the captain. That's his second 100 in this competition. I didn't want to put the mockers on him this morning. I spoke to him before the toss, and I congratulated him on his 142. And he said to me in very nice, calm Afrikaans, "Nee oom, ek wil weer nog 100 kry." And he's just done that, so which is great for the player.
Yeah, Eugene, it's a well-timed 100. Batted nicely, timed it. There was a time when he had to slow the scoring a little bit because there was a time when they were losing a bit of wickets. But once he himself and CSA got together, they pushed it nicely in the middle of overs, timed it nicely, and what a good 100 here today.
Very true. And when Trentorth was going, he was very comfortable to leave him, to let him get his runs, and he was just on the other end calmly accumulating. And a little nudge by Vieira down to third man for 4. Benjamin not very happy, felt the fielders should have been charging in for that one, but that's the end of the 45th over.
Don't think he was going to get anywhere close to that ball, Eugene.
Nowhere near.
The previous ball, they nudged it to his left, and the keeper just told him to go back to where he was. And then the next one is in the air, which is going to drop just in front of him. I don't think he had any chance getting to that ball.
A bowling change from the commentary end. It is Charles Prinsloo that has come into the attack. He's only bowled 3 overs, and he obviously wasn't on his best. But I was wondering when would the captain bring him back, because he is one of their better bowlers as far as line and length is concerned, and his control has been so good. And he is into Vieira. And he looks a busy little cricketer, immediately nudged for a single and wanted to charge back for the 2. But I think that it worked out well for the Impalas, because now the captain is on strike.
Heavy packed leg side. Can't afford to go outside off Eugene.
Kesha just giving himself some room and punched it down the ground to long off for a single. He really can't go into that area outside off stump, because he's got all his protection out on the leg side boundary and no protection on the offside. He's just got this ring of fielders on the circle. Yeah, there's somebody shouting there, hold it, hold it, hold it.
But he only has 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, he's got 5 guys out. I don't know why they sort of like worried or panic. He's got 5 guys out the ring. He's allowed to have 5. Maybe he wasn't just sure as precise where the fielder needs to be.
Punch down to Morne Venter for a single. Punch down the ground to long on for a single.
Oh, that looked like a slow ball there, Eugene. Could see the batter nice and early on the shot.
Definitely a slower ball, and actually caught Vieira unawares. He was literally through with his shot when the ball arrived, and he was lucky that there was nobody close in on the leg side. Just a single punched into the mid-wicket area of the last ball of the over, and the captain retains the strike. He is on 104. It is 240 of 46 overs, and a change of bowling at the country club end. Romano Terblanche replacing Benjamin van Rensburg.
Left armour replacing another left armour. Same end. I think the captain is happy to have the left armour's ball operating from the one end. Yet another slow ball. Looks like a slow ball to the skipper.
Yeah, there's such a big vacant area on the leg side. He's literally moving across and just tapping it into that vacant area and running to.
Would you be happy at this point, Eugene, with maybe 2s instead of boundaries coming? Looking at the field placing and and where Romano is bowling. I
Yeah.
would certainly be happy if I could get a couple of dots and only twos. Speaking about dots, Romano fires it into his pads, Yorker length, and no run taken. I think the skipper, with the feel that he has now for Romano, he'll be happy if they could get a single to all those guys on the boundary on the leg side. If not, maybe two. Then he'll be happy with that, just to avoid any boundaries coming at this point in time. Talking about boundaries, Romano bowls it a little bit short, hammers it onto the leg side boundary for a massive 6.
Yeah, and some damage done to the grandstand as well. It hit the top of the top tier of the grandstand on the opposite side of the field, and a little bit of damage done there, but it's a massive 6.
This
That's
one
straight up in the air.
Goes straight up. Anybody underneath it? Doesn't look like anybody's going to get underneath it. Falls into no man's land. And they manage to scramble for 2 runs.
That ball went so high into the air that I really thought somebody would take it. But because of that big space on the leg side, it falls in between 3 players. And that brings up the 250 for the Impalas. Good ball from Romano Terblanche. So he was coming and just dropped it in and tried to follow him. Kesha has now moved on to 114. The Zimbabwean innings had come to an end. South Africa needs to chase 154 in their 20 overs.
This one is chipped in the air. Players getting underneath the ball. Good catch taken there. That's the end of Keenan Vieira. Short little brisk. Stay at the crease. Just trying to confirm who took the catch. It looked like Ghana Tar got underneath that one. We just need to confirm that. Prinsloo. Correction, that looks like Prinsloo that completed the catch just inside the ring.
Yeah, he called it immediately because there was again 2 or 3 players running in. He called immediately, and Shaw Prinsloo taking that catch. And a very short, brisk innings, busy innings from Keenan Vieira to support his captain. And a quick fire 30-run partnership. And that brings the total to 251 for 6 as the new batsman is walking in to come and take strike.
Incoming batter is Atwell Mokgolo-Boto. The incoming batter is Atwell Mokgolo-Boto.
Kesha edging that one down to third man and again taking 2. It is Shaw Prinsloo from the commentary box end. Lucky. Kesha coming down, hitting it extremely hard into the covers and hitting it directly to Tsepo and Tuli. If that had to go 1 meter, even a half a meter either side of Tsepo, that would have been 4 runs.
Definitely, Eugene. He hit that one very extremely hard. Next one, he gets it onto the leg side, and yeah, Hika does the fielding. Unfortunately, Captain Ludwig too quick between the wickets.
Mokholobotu also now needs to know that his job is to put on his skates and run. So he did very well to turn to come back for a second on that one.
He actually did well, Eugene, because he's the one that called for the second run.
And I think they do know by now that Hika is a very good fielder. Punched into the covers directly to Tsepo and Tuli just for a single. Kesha moves on to 120, the team 256 for 6.
Kholoboto, top edges, straight up. Keeper didn't have to move. Keeper takes a clean catch behind the stumps. Edwin Kholoboto departs without disturbing the scoring. Another wicket falls for the Limpopo Impalas. And the new batter coming in is Don Radebe. Don Radebe is a right-hand batsman. His job here is to make sure that the team gets to a decent total of over 260. First ball to him. Big heave to the leg side, and he misses it straight to the keeper.
Yeah, that being the last ball of Prince's over, he literally had a free hit and tried to hit it to the boundary in order to keep the captain on strike. And a big evo, and he missed it. And that's the end of the 48th over. And Romano Terblanche coming in to bowl the 49th. Don Radebe had a very good breakout season. He's obviously known for his bowling, and I remember him taking a couple of awards at the CSA awards for his bowling. Played 14 List A games, and heaved out into the mid-wicket area. Everybody screaming for a catch, but falling short, and a single for the captain. Radebe has got 30 wickets and at an economy rate of 4.9. And just nudges that one as a typical bowler straight to a short third man, and he gets off strike And that would be his job, Anthony.
I think he's done very well, Eugene, to make sure that the captain's on strike.
Okay. Not at this stage of the innings can he still use our balls.
That's one of the reasons why you wanted the captain on strike, Eugene, because he's busy striking it nicely as he just gets underneath that one. Punches it straight up in the air, fielder underneath it. Nothing he can do as a fielder but just to watch the ball over his head for another 6.
I think I've said it a few times and I'm going to say it again. Ludwig Kishner can bat. This kid can bat. And what a shot. Very calm, straight 6.
He opens his shoulders again, Eugene. This time he goes over the offside. And he hits it over the captain's head for another massive 6.
Yeah, that one went over the presidential suite. It is out of here. An absolute classy shot, inside out, and gone for the maximum. And he is rolling now. He's moved on to 131 and he's really smashing them clean.
What's interesting, Eugene, is he's not looking to have it on the leg side. Everything looks to be in the V, over straight. And the power behind it is amazing. The power that it generates, hitting straight, unbelievable.
The umpire would have to have a look at this one because it landed at the back of the presidential suite and you don't know what did it hit there. Umpire checked, he's happy with the ball and he's thrown it to Romano Terblanche. And now Romano will have to draw all his experience after being hit for 2 back-to-back 6s. And he literally goes again. And dropped. And the crime with that is that it isn't even gone for 6. So that is 3 6s, a catch, dropped on the boundary. He should have taken that catch, but to add insult to injury, he palms the ball over for a 6.
That is not going to go down well with Romano. He just continues hitting the ball straight here, Eugene. This boy can bat.
What a shot. Another massive 6. Straight as you can get them over mid on for 6. And he's now gone past his career best of 142. He's on 145. And he's really put his team into a position now of, with one more over to go, the score is 282 for 7. At one stage it looked as if they would struggle to get to 220, 240. But he's really gone into overdrive and a massive over from Romano Terblanche. 4 6s. And Ludwig Kishner has gone now to his highest score in first class cricket, in List A cricket.
The field that they had, Eugene, I just don't think Romano, with his experience, executed the plan very well. He had a deep point and a third man deep point, sort of like a guy sweeping on the boundary where the ball was dropped on the boundary, it was pumped off for 6. The lines that he was bowling, I don't think those were the correct lines. He kept banging it straight, bowling it straight, with that kind of field, with those guys on the offside, deep point, third man, and a sweeper, you want to go with a left arm, or you want to go across full and straight. Not literally straight. Yes, he just continues hitting the ball straight. That one he just muscled over the boundary, and he goes over to a milestone of 150 not out, 151 not out. The skipper showing the team as to how the inning can be paced in 50 overs.
And that's literally his fifth six of his last 5 balls. Hit Romano Terblanche for 4. First ball he faces in this over. He punches it away for 6 with relative ease.
I still feel the bowlers have not picked up that he's hit all these sixes sort of like straight and a little bit to the leg side. Whereas they had a field for him, deep point, third man, sweeper, especially to from Romano. He needed to go across him, nice and full, so the ball ends up into that kind of area of the field. But they keep banging in short, and he just keeps getting underneath it and hitting it nice and straight for big, massive sixes. And they launched again. This one goes into the deep mid-wicket boundary for 6 over number.
6. That's 6 balls, 6 over. So that would be a world record if it was in 1 over.
If it was in 1 over.
So I'm sure it's some sort of record that he's got 6 sixes, 4 from the previous over and 2 now.
In this over.
And now he's literally put his team in line to get to 300. This is exceptional batting, Anthony.
It's raining sixes here at the Diamond Oval. This one nice and full, punches it. Can go for 4. Fielder underneath it. Prevents a boundary. He gets a 2.
What an anticlimax after all those sixes, and now they get to 2.
It's been raining sixes here, Eugene. You just asked the umpire how many balls are left in this over, just for him to be able to get it clear in his head. Where is he gonna hit this one? Nice and full on leg stump, punches it, running hard for 2, and they get 2.
There was no doubt in his mind that he was going to come back for 2 so he could face the last ball. But what an exhibition of batting have we seen today.
Unbelievable. The way that he just timed the innings. He knew exactly who he's going to target, when he's going to target them. And when he did, he was just brutal, Eugene. That's one straight down the ground where nobody, vacant area, and he gets close the innings with a boundary 4. He ends up on 165 not out. Well batted, young man. Absolutely enjoyed this innings, especially towards the end where he was so brutal to the seamers who failed, I think, to execute the plan based on the field placing that they had.
He has also taken his team to 303 in the 50 overs, so Northern Cape Heat has to come and chase 304 in their allotted 50 overs. But I have to admit that was an innings of absolute class from Ludwig Kitzwesser. And how important was it that he could tell me this morning he wanted to do the same today. And he's not only done the same, he's done it better.
Even better, has gone past his personal best.
And well done to the young man.
His last 2 innings, he's managed to score 200s, big hundreds for his team. Let's see if he can come back and be able to defend the score on the board. 303 for 7 after 50 overs. Ludwig, 165. What an innings.
Celeste left and she's by the hospital. Who's the opening bats on that list? The Northern Cape Heat is in batting order.
I think that's gonna talk.
Garnet and Warner. Did Warner ever open? Huh? No, but Warner, I'm worried about Warner Fender. I don't think he ever opened the innings. This goes to funny things. Hey, don't say so. It's on. Good afternoon and welcome back to the Kimberley Oval, where the Northern Cape Heat are getting ready to bat, and the two opening batsmen for Northern Cape Heat is Morne Venter and Garnet Tar.
Interesting move there, Eugene. Don't recall seeing Morne Venter opening the batting. Yeah, I've seen a little bit of Ganata, but excuse me, don't recall seeing Morne Venter opening the batting. Interesting move. Let's see what the coach and the coaching staff thought of this move.
Yeah, I also didn't see this coming, but Emmanuel Motswari, bowling from the Country Club, had opening for the Impalas. Emmanuel Motswari.
He used to play here, isn't it?
Was he? Emmanuel Motswari has a lovely bowling action, bowling from the Country Club end, nice and breezy and good pace, and facing is Garnet Tar. What a ball, what a good ball. Good length, just outside off stump, beating the batsman, and a bit of excitement from the wicket keeper and slip. Good to see Garnet Tar backing the team. Very good white ball cricketer. Also very experienced, also played for Northern Cape before, then moved back to the Knights and now found his way back to the Northern Cape. The movement of players between Kimberley and Bloemfontein has become renowned now.
Lovely to see Emmanuel Motswari backing Kimberley. Did a lot of batting and bowling here in the Kimberley area. Decided to move to Limpopo. It's good to see him back.
Yeah, he's a very handy cricketer, Anthony, because he bats at number 4.
Yeah, he used to open the batting when he was down here, Eugene. He would come in, open the batting, or bat at 3 when he was in Kimberley.
It's good, man. I see he played 11 first-class games, And so the more cricket he plays, the better he'll become.
Youngster just needs to play more cricket, and then obviously, like you said, that's where the improvements comes in.
Yeah, but a handy cricketer to have a guy who bats at 4 and can bowl at that pace.
Definitely. That's what they call the hybrid players.
Yeah, exactly.
New bowler from the score commentary and Edward Mokholobote.
Yeah, the left arm spinner coming in from the commentary box end and opening the bowling. Must have learned from the time that they batted that the spin can be crucial from this end.
After just 3 balls, Eugene decides to come around the wicket. Don't know if he knows something that we don't know. Immediately he bowls a down leg, signal wide by the umpires.
It comes back to your point. There was nothing wrong with those first 3 balls. And now he goes down and he bowls a wide. I mean, he bowls around and he bowls a wide.
Yeah, maybe that's what he wants to do, Eugene. The angle takes the LB out, but what he wants to do is bowl wicket to wicket and make sure the ball ends up on the leg side. As you can see, packed leg side field. As we speak about the leg side field, another fielding change has been done. Extra fielder moving from the leg side to the offside. That is Keenan Vieira just moved from good wicket. That's exactly where the single has been taken. If he stayed exactly where he was, that would have been a good over. Still a good over from Atwell.
Yeah, good batting from Mornay Fenter, punching that into the area, the vacant area where they just moved Vieira from, and he takes a single to open the scoring. Oh, it's the second run for the first run off the bat, because the other run was a wide, and Mornay Fenter now taking strike to Emmanuel Motswari. I must say I enjoy Motswari's energy and his movement into the crease and his quick through.
Very strong boy. Very strong. looks after himself. He's used to be in the gym every day.
Now, please try to tell me now, was he at Northern Cape Cricket last season?
He was at Northern Cape Cricket.
Now, how do you not retain this talent?
I'm really not sure what happened with regards to him.
I do realize that Northern Cape Cricket has got a new coach, but surely, when you look at you only just not have to look at the immediate season. You need to look at talent and see how it will develop, and if you can help to develop and get him onto the next level. Because obviously from a cricket South Africa perspective, this Division 2 plays an important part in the normal pipeline of the players going to Div 1 and ultimately going to play for the Proteas.
Yes, Eugene. We've got a new coach. I really not sure how he fell through the crack once there was a change of coach or coaches at Northern Cape Cricket, because this guy, you can see, he runs in, he's strong. These are the kind of bowlers that we needed maybe to retain.
And more importantly, he can bat.
Yes, and when he was here, he used to open the batting or bat 3, and with Cricket South Africa, looking at Cricket South Africa's having him here would have been sorting out even the batting lineup, that batting lineup.
One ball down the leg side and scored a wide by the umpire Heinrich Kilian, standing at the country club end. To develop a cricketer, it's a very long process, very long period of time. You've got to be patient, you've got to give the guys a chance to play. But the big thing is, once you see, like in this Limpopo team, you can see who the cricketers are, who the talent is, who's going to move on. And it's good to see, because yes, it's a Div 2 team, but yet the basics are there. It looks like a very professional unit, and it also, one or two of their players are really standout players in the team, know.
Yeah.
And they need to be sure that you nurture them, move up in the right directions. But I can imagine now, after Krishna's knock today, there will be a lot of Div 1 teams that will be knocking on the door.
Definitely, Eugene. I don't think there's anybody that's sitting out there and watching or following the Limpopo and getting to know that there is this kid that can hit it that far, so clean, and people not being keen on him. You're right, Eugene. You mentioned most of the time, and sometimes, that as coaches, we don't really back players. And that's all players want to do. They want, as a coach, for you to back them. Once you back them, you get a different result out of them, and you get a different person out of them. For you as a coach, you get the results, so at the same time. So maybe he felt he wasn't backed, or the coach was not interested in his ability, the skill that he can offer, that he decided to move.
Look, I give it that we are living in a professional era, right? And it could be that perhaps he was offered more money, or he was lured into getting into Limpopo. One never knows. But I'm just saying that when you're sitting and watching and looking at the talent, you got to be sure who are the players that you would like to retain. Those are the first players you talk to. A nice little nudge from Garnetar into the mid-wicket area for a single.
You can tell now, Eugene, I'm not a big fan of this thing around the wicket for him. really not a big fan. Hopefully it works for him. Because it looks like he gets over that front foot nicely. Should be getting some punches. But with him coming around the wicket, just takes that LBW. He has to do a lot of work for the ball to straighten when he comes around the wicket for that LB to come in. See, the guys can just do this all the time and get a single down here with the long off on the boundary. I would really love to see him coming over the wicket.
Yeah, you definitely know more than me on spin bowling, but I agree with you 100%, because the mere fact that they're just chipping him down the field for a single will later on become a problem to him. He's really taken out one or two of the options to get out. Sure, he must have looked at and saying the required run rate is 6.6, the run rate achieved is 1.7, and he must have thought, wait, we need to do a step on here. And really not necessary for that big shot, but unfortunately held out to Don Radebe, and first wicket for Emmanuel Motuare. But again, some good bowling from the young man.
Incoming better, Nonelila Hika.
Hika has also been in a good space as far as his batting is concerned. Very positive young man, and also scored quite a few runs, be it in the first class cricket. Got a rough one the last innings, but a good young cricketer.
Got a couple of hundreds in the long version of the game. Guy can bat. Let's see what he can offer today. Eugene, looking at how the Heats batted the past two games, especially the game that last week, I don't think they batted well in the power play. Maybe Coach did mention that we need to check or see how we manage or bat in the power play, because I think the previous game, that's where we lost the game. In the power play, they were already 3 down, and just outside of the power play they lost another wicket, which is 4 down just outside the power play.
No, 100% correct. It's obviously some discussion has gone in and some of the plans made, because at the moment Limpopo is bossing this power play, and they only lost 1 wicket, yes, but they only have 8 runs, and this is already the 6th over. Lovely shot gone at top. Just a little square cut shot down to that vacant area at Kali, and taking 2 runs. That one he picked off his pads into the deep mid-wicket area, and again gone through for 2.
This one, bowl shot, 2 straight, down the leg side. Ganata swivels, hops it around the corner for 4. See, this is the balls that I was scared of, Eugene. When you come around, your margin of error is so small. If you come too straight, the batter can just hang on the back foot and punch you through the leg side.
100% correct. I actually looked at you when that shot was played, thinking that's exactly what you were saying. It's so easy to get runs down there because of him coming around the wicket.
When he comes around the wicket, he's forced to bowl the ball onto the wicket. He can't even go wider. The minute he goes wider, less fielders on the offside, which means, as you saw, Ganata just opening up, giving you space and looking to cut. So he has to be on the stumps all the time. Emmanuel Mutwiri to continue from the country club side, bowling end.
He's going to be bowling to Nonele Hika. Born in Berlin, comes from the border region. Big appeal. There was a big sound, but it is Hika hitting the ground. No interest from the umpire, nor from the batsman. As I said, Hika comes from the border region, also a rich vein of cricketers that always come from that area, matriculated at Hudson Park. Not 100% sure if the coach of South Africa would be happy being 104 for 5 against Zimbabwe in the 12th over. But Anthony, the big game of the World Cup is the next one.
Yeah, the big one.
When India plays the West Indies, which tentatively already is a quarter-final, because whoever wins there will play in the semi-final. The other semi-final now being confirmed that South Africa will play New Zealand, and then the winner of this game after South Africa's game will then play England in the other semi-final.
Yeah, it's a big one.
And I guess that the 1 billion odd Indians will be supporting for their team and rooting for their team to win. Because your World Cup can fall flat if India loses and they're not in the semi.
Definitely. You should,
you hear how those crowds go absolutely quiet when their players are getting out.
This one, Hika edges down to third man. Fielding being done. Only a single taken. Yeah, Eugene. India is very dangerous when after they've lost. They lost to South Africa, so it's a wounded tiger coming back, and then the West Indies also losing to South Africa. So coming from the back of 2 losses, one the West Indies, one India, it's going to be an interesting game. I can tell you now, it's going to be an interesting game. Brings an end to the over of Emmanuel Muturi. Tidy over. Going back to the World Cup, West Indies will... What would you do if you were West Indies? I've not seen India chase well lately. I would definitely bat first and make sure that India chase. I've not seen them chase very well like they've done in the past lately.
Now, I was just going to tell you that with a long batting lineup, that the West Indies have, I would also definitely them go bat first, because their bowling hasn't been great for this campaign. So go in there, go set up a big target, and then let your bowlers try to go defend it. At the Diamond Oval, a change of bowling from the Country Club end. Don Radebe, the right arm seamer, coming into bowl. And he will bowl that length and that line the entire day.
Just discussion where between the bowler and the keeper, where they want, whether he wants a gully or he wants the guy at gully to move to sort of like cover. Finally goes to cover.
He moves him to cover and he bowls an absolute peach where he might need him in the gully.
I also thought it would be best to have a gully, Eugene, seeing that he hits that sort of length where you want to force the batter coming forward. It's not really, doesn't have pace, so that ball would really squirt out to sort of like gully if we were to get an edge.
That's Radebe's line and length, Anthony.
Yeah, with the pace that he has, he cannot go full, he cannot go short. He needs to be able to bowl that kind of length the whole day with the pace that he has. A little bit of width there. Hika will feel he lost out in that one because he gave him a bit of width, but it just got underneath it a little bit, ending up missing it.
Yeah, and that one he just pushed through a little bit faster, and I think it just caught Hika unawares. That's why he missed it. Maiden over, Anthony.
Yeah, great start from Don Radebe. Great start. Exactly what the captain asked for. Going back to the World Cup, Eugene, sometimes as a coach you also wish that your top order fails and then the middle order comes in and does the work for you as long as you win the game. For the next game or going forward in the World Cup, the top order have had sort of like their turn to, in the middle, score runs, and then you get your middle orders to do the work. So at the end of the day, everybody is in tune as to the next game. Everybody has scored runs. Everybody, look at Rabada. Rabada was a little bit offish. He's coming back. Also, I'm saying offish, but you look at the number of ball drop catches, especially from Rabada. If all those catches were taken, we wouldn't be sitting here and talking about Rabada being offish a little bit,
100% correct, Anthony.
Change of bowler from the country clubs and Lesego Kokotlabana.
Lesego, the right arm medium fast bowler from Limpopo. A full pitched ball that Garnetar had to dig out and just knocked it into the vacant mid-wicket area for a single. A big appeal, but the umpire Heinrich Killian calls a wide, and the Players are questioning if it didn't come off the pad, but he's indicated that it was actually the batsman that hit his pad, but the ball went wide. Good shot from Ika into the mid-wicket area, some good fielding. It looks like Trentorth down there in the mid-wicket area and cuts that ball off and only a single to Ika. Garnetar reaching for that one outside the off stump, getting a feather, and that is the second wicket down for the Northern Cape Heat. They 22 for 2 in the 9th over.
Yeah, Eugene Kukutlabana, Lesego Kukutlabana looks like the guy who wants to hit the wicket hard. Runs in, hits the wicket hard. Garnetar outside off. Gets a feather and he gets caught behind. Incoming batter looks like the captain. Yeah, it looks like the captain coming into the wicket. He has to really dig hard, dig deep. Heats at 22 for 2. Last game, they were more or less in the same situation.
Yeah, he actually came in a little bit earlier, but also 2 down. Most probably 12 or 13 for 2. And unfortunately, he also fell in the power play. And so the captain really is going to have to now come out. And again, for me, it's to forget about the scoreboard, try to establish the partnership, and then you can see how deep you can take the game. And just bat, just bat.
They need to have it though, to look at how the Limpopo Impala captain batted in the first innings, and maybe mirror their innings according to how he batted.
Yeah, and these are the 2 informed batters, so this would be the partnership. If the Heat is going to get anywhere close to that total, then this is going to be the partnership.
Let's see what the Lesego can dish up.
He's on full-time attack into the batsman, and they have to play him.
Ooh, bit of a wild shot, second ball from Lesego Kukutlabana. The umpire is just showing him. He think he's getting into the danger area. It looks like it. Maybe just getting a first warning. Going back to the captain Herman's second ball wild shot. Don't think that's the kind of wild shots we want to be playing. Maybe he's just trying to disturb the bowler out of from his lens with a shot like that early on.
Two shots that the coach of the Heat wouldn't want to see again.
Yeah,
The one from the captain and now one from Ika. Literally chasing wide balls and not getting into good positions and stable positions to be able to hit the ball.
You know, as a coach, you start worrying when your player, you know his shots, the shots that he likes, and then once he starts missing his shots, then you start getting worried because of those are his main shots. Oh, nick off! Oh, fortunate for Hika. He nicks it to where first slip would have been, because Limpopo Impalas have a keeper. First slip is gone wide. That one is nicked right between the two. Fortunate for Hika in the Heat, gets a 4. Score is sitting at 26 for 2 after 9 overs. Heat in a bit of a pickle here, Eugene.
Yeah, that is fortunate for Hika. He's not looking his normal fluent self at the moment.
I think I'm not sure if I saw him making the adjustment there a little bit, Eugene. He bats on 2 leg now. As Don Radebe comes in, he steps onto off stump just to make sure that he gets to those 2 that Radebe dished up on outside off stump.
Yeah, it's clearly a strategy of him to move across to try to negate him outside that off stump.
That one is punched off the back foot, sort of like to cover. I feel like these 2 will have to bat to drinks, Eugene, and then take it from there.
Yeah, I just feel they need to bat. They don't need to go and chase the 300 and just bat normally, whether you're going at 4, they're going at 2.5 at the moment, the run rate. If they can just get it, it's the end of the 10th over. Northern Cape 26 for 2 after 10. And if they just can bat, the deeper they go into the innings, they can always start accelerating towards the end of their innings.
Yeah, you saw right. You saw how the captain of Limpopo Impalas accelerated towards the end. We just need somebody that's in towards the end, and it's easy for you to accelerate. Lesego into Herman. Guys were interested for the second run, but declined on taking the second run.
That's Rowan Herman's first single. He's off the mark. Ika back on strike. Kotlabana is really testing. He's bowling that nagging length, and the batsmen have to play. He's literally challenging them for every ball they got to play.
Yeah, he's a kind of bowler that wants you to play every ball. Doesn't give you width. He bowls wicket to wicket. And that length that he's hitting is, like you said, very challenging length. That one forces.
Yeah, he forced that one, and now he's bowled a wide. Gone down leg side. He not interested in chasing it. Just allowing it to go through for a wide. Back to basics.
That's all they need now. A couple of overs, Eugene, just for them to get used to the wicket and get to know what the bowlers are looking to do and figure out where they're going to score and work their way from there. Try and get on top of the bowlers. That one just striking the pads, definitely a leg by. I think Ronan just having a look at Kotlabana, deciding to bat outside his crease, maybe just to negate that length that he's bowling at the moment.
And Anthony, our visitor, is back on the field again, as in the last game, coming to come and check and enjoying some cricket.
Yeah, Eugene, who would not want to come to the Diamond Oval and have a look at the cricket on a lovely Sunday afternoon. That one is called wide and one for the over, signaled by the umpire to Lesego Kokotlabani. Excuse me, it's Kokotlabani.
He's bowling to Rowan Herman, the captain of the Heat side. Punch straight back the ground. And that will be 4, and just past our little meerkat that is now run off the field as Rowan Herman has punched that to the boundary. Rowan Herman played for the SA Under-19 team as well, and actually was the first student from Hoërskool Noord to get into the system and to play for SA Under-19. I always find the schools very interesting because you have certain schools that always produce, and now you get another name from another school, and it's always good because that encourages and the other students at the school now to play the game, because he's made it possible and went on to play SA Under-19.
Back to this game, Don Radebe to Hika. So like a half punch to the covers. No single, no runs. Yeah, Eugene. You know, when one student makes it from the school, it changes the school, because all of a sudden now everybody gets interested in playing cricket, seeing that he got looking to pull, doesn't really middle that one. Maybe just hits the bottom of the bat or.
Yeah, as I was saying a little earlier on, Mika just not looking fluent at all. He just looked like he's trying to hit it too hard, or he's just not in the rhythm. And I'm hoping Rowan Herman's shot through straight drive would have now encouraged him, to just relax into it and get him into his stride, and just so that he can bat himself into his rhythm.
Oh, he edges that wide ball. A couple of bounces to the third man. Fielding is done. Ball thrown into the keeper.
Yeah, he just threw his hands at that one. He saw it wide and just flayed it down to the third man for a single.
Ronan, the last ball from Lesego Kokotlabana, looks very, very attacking. Let's see what he does to Don Radebe, who's operating from the commentary's end. There again, an attacking shot of the front foot, straight to the fielder. No runs.
Lovely shot from Herman. A lovely shot, hit it nice and hard and crisp, but straight to the fielder. Tian Brits, who's standing at mid-off, and now he's just been pushed back too long off, just after that shot. Again, strange, because now they actually want to give him the single down this way. And there it goes, exactly there. And had he been in his position, they would have cut off that single. And that was also on the last ball of the over, which means that the captain retains the strike.
Full toss on the pads. Ronan Herman just punches that one past mid-on for welcome boundary for the hit.
Yeah,
Scores move to 40 for 2 in 12th over.
Yeah, all his shots has been crisp. All his shots have been very clean, and that was a lovely shot through mid-wicket to get a 4, which now necessitates a change in field, and the Limpopo, the Impalas, have now put somebody into that mid-wicket area. And that one was just played into the Kali area where Keegan Vieira did all the fielding, and I think he's placed in that position because while he was batting, you could see he was a whippet. He was quick between the wickets, so he's now controlling the one area where you don't want to give away runs. Another good shot from Rowan Herman, but protection down on the boundary, so only gone for a single. You see, Anthony, that to me is where your difference lies between the two batsmen. And no criticism of Ika, it's just that he's not where he knows he can be. And I'm sure that that he would really feel he needs to get into his work as a batsman. A big shout, a big appeal. Umpire Killian not interested, and indicates to the bowler it's going down leg.
Let's hope all he needs is to muddle one Eugene, and then all of a sudden everything falls into place for him.
I'm sure that's what's going to happen. He's going to give one cracker, and then he's on his way.
Oh, that one shot to the helmet. Think Hika just signaling to the dressing room that he's okay. But we need to do the concussion test, because once the ball hits you on the head, that's what usually happens, is we need the physio to come up and do the concussion test.
Yeah, the physio of the Heat, Kieran Abrams, running onto the field, having to come and do the check and just ask him if he knows which day it is and how many runs he's got and how many runs they need to score, and just to check his helmet, and then Patika indicating immediately that he's fine and that he'll be okay to continue. But the umpires obviously need to know that the safety of the players comes first, and immediately signal to the physio to please come on. And she's now done her work, so Kieran Abrams will go back to the dugout, and Ika will continue batting. So South Africa has won their game in India against Zimbabwe by 5 wickets. The captain,
Ludwig Kesha, decides that he's going to turn his arm around, replacing Don Radebe from the commentary end. Conventional field. One tucked on the leg side. He's thinking of a single, deciding against it. Talking about his field, he's got a deep square, guy at cow, long off, mid wicket, and a 45 on the leg side. Ronan comes down, squeezes that one down to deep mid wicket Fielder gets in, throws the ball. They manage to take a single.
Yes, once you had a knock like Kesha's had, you'd want to believe that when you're going to take the ball, it will happen for you.
Yeah, Eugene, they call that a golden arm. On your day, everything seems to be going your way. That one Hika plays it off the pads, straight to deep square, where he strolls for one.
He does have 6 wickets in his List A career, with a best of 3 for 31.
Ronwen comes down the wicket, punches that one through the covers. It's a teaser to the boundary. The ball wins the race. Ronwen gets a boundary through the covers. Don't think he's going to allow the other captain to bowl to him.
Yeah, that was a good shot. He also shimmied down the wicket in order to punch it through the covers. It wasn't as clean as he had wanted it, but it went for 4.
This time they hang back because I think he saw the keeper just moving the guy at covers to more of a extra cover, and he hangs back, tucks one into that vacant area at point, and he takes a single. That one is bowled a bit quick, half a appeal, and the umpire says not out. That brings an end to the over of the skipper Ludwig. Interesting to see that the skipper just decided that Don Radebe to change end. Now Don Radebe to operate from the country club's end.
Yeah, change of ends for Radebe, because I thought he was bowling very nicely, and I thought he would have got some more overs, but obviously the captain wanted to bowl from this end because of the spin, and he's now put Radebe to bowl from the country club end. And straight on the money. That's a great shot from the captain, Rowan Herman. A square drive and a valiant attempt by Vieira to save that ball. What a lovely, lovely square drive from the captain that goes for 4.
Yeah, Eugene, with Hika struggling a little bit, I don't think the captain will hang around a little bit. He needs to take on the bowlers a little bit so that Hika can get his timing back. Good cricket all round. Don Radebe outside of Herman just punches one to long off and he takes a single. I think with Hika, it just needs to buy time, get his timing back on, and his rhythm and the timing. As long as he's batting out there.
Yeah, it's good for him to hang in there. That's good, because he knows that it's going to come, and and then once runs come from both ends, because very quietly at one stage the run rate achieved was 1.7, and they privately or quietly moved it now up to 3.6. So so just some good overs.
Yeah.
A nice shot from Ika, just dabbing that one down into the third man boundary for a single.
That one driven straight back to the bowler, where there's no runs. Brings an end to the over of Don Radebe. Looks like the skipper wants to continue with his off spin from the commentary's end. Feels like maybe the spinners is the one that's going to get him wickets.
Yeah, we actually felt for the entire day that the spinners would play a key role in this game. That's a lovely shot from Mika. That's more like it. The sound of there was nice and crisp. But again, some good feeling by Vieira. And again, he's in an area that is a heavy traffic area. Cutting that ball off.
Sharp turn there from Ludwig. Fortunate for Hika, it hit him on the pads outside leg stump. Scores down to where its slip would be. No run taken. Sweeps wall. It's a deep square, only for a single. I think Herman not happy with his bat.
Yeah, just signaling to the umpire that there's something there that he's uncomfortable about, and now they're just waiting for somebody to bring out his bat. Normally, the batters that are in normally leaves their spare bats at the dugout so that it can come out quicker. But there's one player running out now with the bat, and he'll choose one and then gets back to the crease very quickly.
Immediately, the skipper decides to come round the wicket. Punched off the back foot to extra cover, no run.
The odd ball is gripping from this end, Anthony. That one like spun and kicked a bit. And Rowan Herman coming down the wicket really had to just play a defensive shot. Lovely cover drive. Beautiful stroke for 4.
Yeah, that one was caressed through the covers, just to the left of extra cover for 4. Nothing wrong with that bat, Herman.
Don Radebe will continue from the country club end. Northern Cape Heat, 59 for 2 after 16. Ika on strike. Don Radebe has a square leg on the boundary, a third man on the boundary, a fine leg on the boundary, and a cover on the boundary. Or is that more square leg? Point on the boundary. Wide. You see, that's the one that you would love to have just got it past that player, and that's at the short mid wicket, just so that you could get the run rate going, or at least a rotate strike.
He's getting on to off stump, Eugene, and with Dawn to Hika.
Lovely shot.
Tends to bowl a bit straight, a lot straighter to Hika. I'm not sure if it's because of that trigger movement that he has. Now coming straight and looking to hit the pads for the LB. More or less to Ronan, he keeps it outside the off stump. I'm not sure if that is a good ploy to Herman. Herman, every time you give him width, he frees his arms and he hits you through the covers. So he needs to be a little bit tighter to both of them now. Talking about hanging it outside off stump, Herman just sees the width, tries to punch it through the covers, ends up missing that one. That one, top edge, squirts out to sort of like third man. Fielding done. That one just looked like it just bounced a little bit there on him, Eugene.
Yeah, it did. Just a little bit of more bounce than what he expected, and literally catching his bat as on the edge and flying into a short third man position. And he even indicated to his fellow batsman that he must just watch the pace. Lovely shot from Ika. Unfortunately for Ika, there's protection on the boundary. Just a single. The end of the 17th over. The Northern Cape Heat, 63 for 2. And there will be a drinks break as the third umpire, Mr. Jeremy Fredericks, brings out the refreshment for the umpires, and the players will take a break. The drinks break and all the discussions that took place during the drinks break, the Northern Cape Heat is 63 for 2, and it will be Ludwig Kesha still continuing from the country club end, and he will be bowling to Nonela Hika.
That one a little bit straight off the pad. Actually, no, it doesn't come off the pad. The umpire just signaled wide. Thought it hit the pad. That sound obviously came from the keeper's gloves. Off the back foot from Hika, punched to mid wicket. Looks like one of the chats was to rush the batters. Because the skipper Ludwig Kesha rushes back to his mark, wanting to bowl this over a little bit quicker. Another wide signal by the umpire. Don't know if he wants to bowl a lot straighter and strangle him, play most of the balls on the leg side. Changes that line that time. Bowls a bit outside of Hika, comes down the wicket, punches it to mid wicket, is a lot straighter.
A very tidy over from the captain. A maiden over for Kesha, the captain, and now having a chat to his new bowler that will be coming from the country club end.
Change of bowler from the country club's end is Kyle Glanster. Glanster, right over, bowling over the wicket. I think the plan is to operate spinners from the one end and rotate all your seamers from the country club's end, which has looked like a lively wicket a little bit when you come down from the country club's end, and all the spinners, both innings bowling from the one end, which is the commentary end. Not sure if the umpire is happy with something, because he's busy on his radio talking to the scorers, I assume. Something that the umpire is not happy about. Not really sure what it is, because you can see him. He's on his radio talking to, I assume, the scorers. The game has come to a halt. Not really sure what the issue is.
Yeah, hold up, and there's now a discussion between the two umpires, and they're calling in the captain, and
It's Carl. Yeah. number 3.
Oh, the issue is it seems as if the fast bowler Kyle Glenister was listed as the 13th man on the score sheet, and that is what the discussion is about now. Right, it seems as if the problem was being sorted out and cricket can proceed. Fairly young List A career for Kyle Glenister. It's only second game. Just edged down to a very short third man by Rowan Herman for a single.
Yeah, Carl Glenister looks like a lively bowler.
Yeah, nice and tall.
That bowling action, Eugene tells me, is looking to bringing the ball back in. As you saw, that one just jagged back into Hika. I don't think he was expecting that ball to come back into him.
It is this kind of innings of Hika that can always make or break your season or your competition. So he's literally grinding it out. He's been there for about 25 to 26 balls, and he's really gritting it out.
Yeah, Eugene brings an end to the over of Carl Glenister. I think for Hika, what he needs to do is just hang around. As long as he hang around Eugene, and hope that he gets his timing, because you can see, even with a couple of balls of
toss. But the official list that we received is marked down as the 13th man. but both captains had agreed on the field that they made the change at the toss so that he would be playing.
To give himself worth and nudge that one to a vacant sort of like a mid square leg where he can take a single. Just moving around the crease a little bit. And cut it to the guy doing cover region on the boundary, and they walk a single.
The wind has picked up quite substantially. I'm not sure if it's only in the comm box. I'm trying to check on the field. It doesn't seem as if the players could be affected by it. Lovely shot by Ika, lovely shot. Lovely shot for 4. Norella Ika, I'm hoping that will be his release shot, and in order to get him moving. At the end of the over, the Northern Cape Heat 65 for 2.
Carl Glenister continue from the country club's end. Goes to Ronan Herman, back of a length outside of, punches it just to a backward point position. No runs. Skipper just deciding now to change his fields a little bit, bring the long off into the ring. Again, no single taken. That one just a little bit straighter. Just punches it back to mid wicket.
Short ball called a wide by the umpire. A bit of words between the players feeling that they're not too happy with that call by the umpire. But definitely too high. And that's also one for the over. A short ball from Glenister, short outside off stump, pulled across into the vacant mid-wicket area for a 6 by the captain, Rowan Herman. Great shot.
That's a bit of a slap there, Eugene. More for not more than a pull, like a slap in front of square for a flat 6. Score sits at 84 for 2 in the 20th over for the Northern Cape Hits. He follows that up with a timely single, just nudges it off the back foot to the left of the bowler, and he just stole for a single.
Yeah, that's some good cricket again from Rowan Herman. Smacks the 6 and just next ball gets a single to get off strike. Lovely shot, Ika. Just guided that down to third man for a single. It brings the end of the second over from Glenister, with the Northern Cape Heat on 86 for 2.
Change of bowler from the commentary end. Keenan Vera coming from the commentary end. I think the captain has seen that maybe let me give another bowler a chance who's a spinner from the same end.
Great chase, a great chase by Tyler Went. Trentorth definitely save his team. 1 run there because the batsman had actually scurried through for 3, and it was a great chase down to the third man boundary.
Yeah, I think the captain just thought now maybe with two right-handers at the crease looking for the ball to turn away from the right-hander, he's brought on Keenan Vieira, who's a leg spinner. That one he bowls outside off, giving enough width for Ronan to cut and get 2.
He decided to play mainly off the back foot and just punch that one to square leg for a single. The one thing that they've done is they have stabilized the innings. They wanted a platform with a partnership. I think the partnership has now gone to 70, and it's good for the Heat in order for them to get very close to the total, or if not chase the total. They need a platform, and both Ika and Rowan Harmon can now actually step up.
Yeah, Eugene, I think stifle appeal, umpire saying no. That one is missing, definitely missing leg stump. Or maybe a little bit of a height because the sound it made sounded like a thigh pad from Hika. Yeah, Eugene, I think that's what they missed in the game that they played in during the week. That one, Nika comes, defends, brings the end of the over from Keenan. Not a bad over for Limpopo. Definitely the ploy is for the captain wants the ball going away from the bat instead of himself bowling with the ball going into the batter. Another change of bowler from the country club's end is Lesego Kukuhlabana.
In for his second spell. And punched into the covers, and a sharp hit, allowing the batsman to come back for two. Just a punch down from Rowan Harmon straight to mid on, no run. A quick sharp single. Rowan Harmon into the covers and fielded by Tian Brits, and a very quick single. The game down in Bloemfontein has actually gone onto the wire. The CSA emerging team only scored 148, and the Knights are now 145 for 9, still needing 4 runs to win. So a real tight game down there in Bloemfontein, which is so unexpected. But then again, with cricket, it's never over till it's over. Great feeling by Vieira, one nudge down into the gully region by Rowan Herman for a single, and that was the last ball of the over. And the heat are 97 for 2 of 23 overs.
Keenan Vieira to continue from the commentator's end to Ronan Herman. Outside of big blooming drive. Lucky for him to miss that one. Keeper does the work. Comes down the wicket, punches it to long off, where he can get a single. His score moves to 49. Keenan bowls to Hika, back of a length. He just punches his soft hands where they can quickly scamper for a single.
That Rowan Herman's 50. The captain reaching his 50. Huge support and applause from his teammates. But I think of everybody in the stadium, he knows that his job is not done. This is only the start. He needs to bat throughout this innings in order to get his team over the line.
With that ball brings the end to the over. The scores for the Northern Cape hits: it's 101 for 2 in 24 overs, needing a 203 in 26 overs. Current run rate is 4.2, required run rate is 7.8. They need to maybe just try and bring it down a little bit so that they just keep in touch with the run rate that's required. Lesego Kukuhlabane continuing from the country club's end. That one full outside off. Ronan couldn't get a bat to it. Straight back to the bowler. back to the keeper, where no runs.
Yeah, I tried to square drive that one and just missed it completely. Yeah, straight ball.
Into the fence for 4. This one he tries to correct the lines, and the length goes outside of. Ronan plays sort of like a front foot square drives.
Yeah, lovely shot from Rowan Herman. A square drive, nobody on the boundary, and it races to the fence for 4. And it again necessitates a field change. The square leg going out and the mid off coming, the mid off coming in, and both mid on and mid off now coming in to allow the third man to come onto the fence, and also the square leg to go onto the boundary.
Eugene, those balls that he bowled with the feel that he had, I didn't understand the sort of like lines and lengths that he bowled, because he didn't have a square leg, even a deep square, but he bowled back of a length straight into his hip. That's why Ronan could whoop it into the leg side. And then the next ball he bowls outside of, short, wide. That's where the other boundary came in, where Ronan sort of like let square drive.
How unfortunate. How unfortunate for the captain, Rowan Herman. A short ball, and I don't know if it came off the bat or the glove. We'll just have a look at it again.
Definitely came off the bat there, Eugene. Could hear the hoodie sound as he was trying to get underneath the ball. Left his bat, what we call an aerial, at the back. The ball just kissed the bat and gently just lobbed to the keeper, who completes the catch. That sees the end of Ronan Herman after scoring his 50, and we hope that he would continue, but unfortunately his innings comes to an end.
The next batsman is Tahir Isaacs, the wicket-keeper batsman, a left-hander. Also played for the SA under-19s. Kimberley born, but went on a bursary to Ballou College in Johannesburg, and played cricket and hockey, and eventually made the SA under-19 team, and is now back home. The Limpopo Impalas now very, very happy, and also seem to now be very, very chirpy on the field with the departure of Rowan Herman, the captain. I'm still very interested to see. I'm trying to see if I could catch and see what had actually happened. It happened so quickly.
Also with the Impalas, they would like to squeeze them a little bit, squeeze the hits at this point in time, so that they just make it a little bit difficult for the hits to get there. Sort of like a square drive to the boundary where there's a misfield out on the boundary, allows the batters to come back for two. Feel they're not happy with themselves. That was Tyler Trentorth on the boundary. Unfortunate that the ball just, where he did the fielding, the ball just hit that area where there's less grass there. Not sure if he was also looking at, he's going to make the fielding where there's a little bit of grass. That one paddle around the corner by Hika. Good fielding there. Unfortunate, he couldn't just avoid the batters taking the single. But he did a good job of by moving to his left, nice and quick. Because if that ball went through or past him, there would have been definitely be four runs.
I just had a look at that dismissal again. It's really a cardinal error that the batsman made with sticking his bat up. You know, in that situation, you need to try to drop your bat. But it happened so quickly. I understand that. Tahir Isaacs off the mark immediately, just tucked one into the mid-wicket area for a single.
Yeah, the coaches always say when you look to duck underneath the ball, make sure you drop your hands, and that's the mistake that Ronan Herman did. Left his bat, there's an aerial behind him. The ball just gently just touching the bat and lobbing to the keeper. Where that single brings into over number 26. He's sitting on 150 for 3. Still needing 189 with a run rate of 4.4, requiring a run rate of 7.9. Becoming very interesting when you look at the run rate required and run rate achieved now. With every ball, that run rate goes up, and with every boundary, that run rate achieved keeps coming back.
Now it's interesting, just going back to the World Cup, Anthony, that India actually won the toss and they sent the West Indies in, which is contrary to what we were saying, that they didn't chase so well, but they must be very confident. And I still think that they've actually given the West Indies now a better chance of winning that game, because their batting couldn't kick on. Now it's a matter of trying to set up another platform. Wide ball bowled by Koklabana.
Now another field change. Third man comes into the ring. Long on goes to long off the boundary. Some field placing that I really don't understand, but I mean, maybe they know what they're doing. Based on the lines that he bowls, all of a sudden he drops one fielder down, and then he bowls back of a length ball. That one tucked in on the leg side, where the same fielder I spoke about does fielding. But if he was in the ring, that would have been one. Now they're giving him an extra single. That's why I said I don't understand sometimes how they change the field and then the bowler bowls different lines based on the field that he has. And another change now, third man goes back again, and there's a deep square. Guy on the offside sweeper, sort of like extra cover. Now he bowls it short, pulled in front of square, and the ball wins the race against the fielder in the deep mid-wicket region. Hika moves to 36 total score for Northern Cape. Hits is 122 for 3 in 20. Should be the 27th over, isn't it?
They're busy now with the 27th
Busy
over.
with the 27th over. I think that's slower ball. Don't think Hika was expecting the slow ball, because he played so early, played the ball so early.
Yeah, he was deceived by that slower ball, because everything of the bowler was like it was normal, his running action, everything, and it was so well how Lesego bowled that slower ball and beat Hika. Now it's the left-hander to face the leggies of Vieira. Keenan Vieira.
Keenan to the left-hander. He did get back to it, as the umpire does not signal any leg by, which means that he did manage to get back to it. That one to Hika. Scamper for second. Better throw, I think, would have beaten Hika there. But very lucky that the fielder throw wasn't That's why he knew that he could come back for two. That one he hits a little bit straighter. All of a sudden, long barriers coming out from the fielder on the boundary after the misfield of earlier on.
Very true, very true.
Don't think he's trusting himself now. Don't think he's trusting the outfield. He's trusting himself. gives it the all long barrier. Dissected the two fielders behind on square leg and 45.
100% correct. How they think to play that ball in a to do the reverse sweep, I don't know. So far outside is bad, but yeah, they obviously practice that, and they are far better batters than what I am.
Yeah, I think.
That's why I told you when you're a coach, you start losing your hair.
Yeah, Eugene. So yeah, you see all these funny shots and you start wondering what is the thinking patterns behind it, because of there's a point which was like more behind point for him to play that kind of shot. It does, for me, it doesn't make sense. But like you said, they practice these shots. They know where they're going to get the runs from. It looks like a bowling change from the country club's end at Will Mokholobata. Yes, it is. Mokholobata deciding to come around the wicket and continue with that sort of like angle across the right hand batter. There where Hika sweeps to sort of like your deep mid wicket square.
A long chase for Radebe, Don Radebe, down to a third man. 2 runs to Tahir Isaacs.
Straight bat shots from
Tahir Isaacs.
Tahir Isaacs to end the over from Mokholobata. Scores sitting at 134 for 3 in 29 overs for the hits. Required run rate 8.1. Achieved run rate now at the current moment they're sitting on 4.6.
Again, it's a strange option for us, because all the spinners were bowling from the commentary box end, and now they're operating with a spinner from the country club end, where with the heat, all their spinners bowled on the side here from the commentary box end. And now we have two spinners operating. Still Vieira. Lovely shot from Tahir Isaac, straight down the ground.
I did send it now, thank you. Bye.
Hika uses his feet, comes down the wicket, punches it through extra cover where great fielding has been done on the boundary. The manages to get two. Driven straight to cover, extra cover, sort of like, yeah, extra cover from Hika. No run. This time he decides to sweep. Oh, and he misses it. So close to the stump, and the umpires decide that's a wide. That's very, very, very close.
It's hard for the
leg
bowler.
stump. That's very harsh to the bowler and very close to that leg stump.
Moves across of his wicket and literally opens up and nearly got bowled.
Decides to play straight bash shots. Punches it to long off where he gets a single. Brings the left-hander Tahir Isaacs to the strike, where there's also a change on the field. There's a sort of like a cover catching. Tahir unable to get a single of the last ball, brings to the over end of the over of Keenan Vieira. Score is sitting at 139 for the hits, 139 for 3 after 30 overs. 20 overs left, requiring a run rate of 8.3. Currently sitting with a run rate of 4.6. It will take some doing for the hits to get there. Going to happen. especially when he's so tight. Then he sweeps. Hika sweeps to backward deep square where he gets a single. The left-hander comes on strike. Good fielding being done there in the boundary. Straight back, straight to the boundary, gets there where Hika comes back for the for the second one. Game has become very interesting. You can see with the energy on the field, with the energy of the batters, that something needs to happen. As a batter, you want things to happen the first two balls and the last two balls of the over. Into Tahiri, punches straight, not from the middle of the bat. Klingons does the fielding. Great fielding from Klingons, nearly creating a run out. Hika punched down the ground.
That's a 50.
Where Edwell Mugolobata does the fielding. Well, that single brings a 50 to Hika, who in the beginning we said he was struggling with his timing, but he hung around and he got a 50. He needs to kick on quickly.
Yeah, he's done all the hard work now. So this is now the part of the innings where he needs to show his class and to bat his team into a position where they can at least be competitive.
Golobota continuing from the Country Club's end to Hika, where he pulls up in the air, fielder underneath it. Great catch in the deep. Great catch in the deep. Hika, after just getting to his 50, gets one, a little bit of a short pitch ball, tries to get underneath it, fails to do that, manages to just get the ball in the air out into the deep mid-wicket area where the fielder comes in, dives forward, takes the catch, brings the end of Hika's innings.
It's a Trentorth.
Where Trentorth takes the catch out in the deep, brings the end to Hika's innings on 50. Think players will take a welcome drink and the umpires on the field.
Yeah,
Back after the drinks, incoming batter Romano to Blanche, who's the left-hander. Now we have two left-handers at the crease. Last inning, Romano batted well, got the hits. A good 50. He was the only batter that could get runs the last time out the same field.
Hika will be very disappointed with the manner in which he got out. He did all the hard yards and obviously wanted to step it up, but will not be happy. Was probably needed to hit that out of the stadium.
First ball to Romano, dot. Second ball, he just punches through to long off, where he strolls for a single. The Heats will need him to bat like he did the last time out here. Suzu Masondo just making sure his fielders are on point. Yeah, he sweeps again, where he gets a single. Like you said, Eugenie, it shows that he played hockey. He sweeps a lot. Anything straight, he sweeps.
Yeah, it looks like it just comes so naturally to him.
Kolobatu balls to Romano, where he defends, no single, brings the end to the over number 33. Score sitting for Northern Cape Heats on 151 for 4 after 33 overs. Required run rate is crept now to 9 runs and over. Heats sitting on a run rate of 4.6. The captain brings himself back on with 2 left-handers at the crease. Decides now he wants the ball going away from the batters. Brings himself back from the commentary end. Not happy with the deep square. He wants him behind square. He nudges it to the leg side, where there's a massive big gap on the leg side. They take a single. Skipper Ludwig to Romano. This time he nudges it to the leg side. Scamper for a single. This time he decides he's not going to sweep. He just nudges it on the leg side where he can take a single.
The Impalas are not going to be too concerned about the singles.
Romano tries to open the shoulders, goes on the knee, opens up the hips, hits on the leg side, and he gets a boundary. Welcome boundary for the Heats. They need a couple of those just to up the rate a little bit and get it on par with the required run rate. And when he defends outside on the offside, where no single is taken, that over they got 6 runs. They'll have to continue betting at 6 7s just to bring it close, very close to the required run rate, and get themselves into a good position in getting to over the required target. Edwin Mokholobota to continue from the country club's end. What a ball. Drifts in a little bit into the left-hander, lands and he leaves him, turning away from him, where he drives and he misses and the keeper does the rest. This time he decides to just punch it back to the bowler. As the first 2 balls of the over's gone, let's see what he does. Maintain this over. Comes down the wicket, straight back to the bowler, where the fielder does the fielding, the bowler does the fielding. Another dot ball. This time he gives himself width to the leg side, punches one into the vacant sort of like point area in the scamper for a single. Now it's all up to Romano. If he can see if he can get us a bound, hits a boundary in this over. This one he nudges behind square. Scamper for a second. They managed to really they has to put the skates on. I didn't think they're gonna get us a second run there from the fielder on the boundary. Sort of like a front foot cut from Romano straight to the fielder, no run. Brings the end of over number 35. Northern Cape sitting on 161 for 4. Run rate above 9, going at 9.5. Still needing 143 15 overs. It's going to be a good one. It's going to be a cracker.
The captain of Limpopo, Ludwig Kesha, has used 6 bowlers. In fact, he used 7 bowlers already, so he's got enough options to see how he's going to break up his last 15 overs. What a shot!
Great shot. Comes down the wicket. It just comes down the wicket, gives himself enough room to free his arms, punches it over the bowler's head, straight back the ball behind the bowler's head for a 6.
Yeah, good cricket awareness from Tahir Isaacs. He realized that both the mid-on and mid-off was in the circle, and he literally just picked that up and hit it over the boundary for a 6.
A skipper maintaining the center field, encouraging him to go over again. This time he drops it short. Single! Oh! Romano had to hurry there. But they managed to get a single. So there's 7 runs of this over already, and there's 3 balls still to come.
Yeah, there was no way that was a single. Into the short cover, they most probably got their best fielder there, and I mean, they still sneaked the single. Very cheeky.
Oh, misfield. I think Eugene, you're putting the markers on this guy. Every time you tell him he's a good fielder, he does a misfield.
But again, there was absolutely no way that there should have been a single there. And had he picked it up cleanly, he could have literally just rolled it in. Tahir Isaacs would have been wanting.
That one he pushes through. Tahir defend, front foot, defensive shot. Ball squirts back to the keeper where there's no single being taken. This one he decides to hang into his crease, punches it off the back foot behind square, where Mutwiri does the fielding. It brings the end of Ludwig's over.
The Northern Cape Heat are 170 for 4 after 36 overs.
Mkholoboto to continue from the country club's end to Tahir Isaacs.
Mkholoboto is going to be starting his 8th over. Remember, he opened the bowling from this end. Tahir Isaacs really trying to up the ante now. A big shot into the deep, fielded by C.P. Kleinans, just for a single.
This one to Romano, just punches off the back foot. Great fielding being done on mid-wicket. This one is looking for 2, and they get 2. Good running between and understanding between these two. Understanding of the situation and also trusting your partner. Romano squats this one behind square, looking for 2. Think he's going to come back. Yes, he does. Easy 2. The game all of a sudden has changed the momentum. It looks like we're watching a T20. Big shot straight from Romano. He doesn't even leave his crease. He knows he made good contact with that one. Another boundary straight.
Great shot from Romano Terblanche. Again, his experience just showing how calmly he can assess the situation and play each ball on merit.
That last one he decides now he's just going to defend. Had enough runs in that over. Let's have a look at the next over, what we can do. Great running between the wicket between these two, Eugene.
Yeah, that's been the hallmark of this partnership that has quietly gone on to 30 now. It is the running between the wickets that has helped them to accelerate a little bit. They're closing in on now trying to get it to at least 5, a run rate of 5 per over.
The skipper Ludwig Kissner to continue with his left arm around, right arm around the wicket to Tahir, who defends, no single taken. Comes down the wicket, punches through to sort of like your deep square, gets a single, brings Romano on strike.
It's it straight to the fielder, extremely hard, but no run.
The skipper showing great courage. Romano punches one to just in front of the umpire and on the offside, and they can take a single. That one is bowled a lot straighter, quicker, where Isaacs just hang back, punches front of square where they can stroll for two. Heats are sitting on 183. Entices the batter to go over his head. Bowls that one a bit slow in the air. Tahir hits it but doesn't make great contact with it. Can only manage to get 2 runs off the last ball of that over. End of over number 838. Heats are sitting on 185 for 4. Still needing another 119. What would the conversation be between the two batters now, Eugene?
Yeah, look, I think now it's time to say, listen, one of the two of us will have to have, but you then again, if you have just one good over, one big over, will make a big difference. And then you got to start maintaining a run rate. But I think that with the run rate now getting into the tens, it's now going to become increasingly more difficult.
Yeah, I think if I was Romano as a senior, I would say I'll take the bowlers on. Because if you look at the score, Tahir is sitting on 31, Romano on 13. I think Romano should go. If the Hits lose a wicket, we still have a set better at the crease in Tahir. As we speak, there is a bowling change from the country club's end. Don Radebe bowls to Romano, who nudges it to behind, where they can manage to get 2 runs.
To a fielder, and he took the single, and the fielder attempted a run. There was nobody to back up, and went through for 2. So the Limpopo Impalas got to learn that when you touch wicket, you're there to protect.
If they can't get a boundary, once the ball hits the bat, they have to run. Maybe that was the conversation they had between the overs. Tahir taking guard, it looks like he's now going to bat, decides to bat on off stump. Punches it on the leg side, where Long On does the fielding. They take a single. 2 balls left in the over. Let's see what Romano has in mind.
Yeah, I think both these batsmen would prefer to take on the medium paces and use the pace of the ball.
Yeah, he squats this one out where there's no fine third man. The ball is gonna runs to the boundary. A little bit of experience showing here.
Great batting by Romano Terblanche, just using the pace of the bowler and angling it into a vacant gully region where 2 players was chasing to save that 4, but the ball just winning the race.
Would you say that's an ill discipline from the bowler? With your third man up, you're bowling it full and wide and allowing Romano just to dab it to third man for 4.
That one was hit straight to the fielder, and Tahir Isaacs was flying down but was sent back by Romano Terblanche. But I think that one would have been really risky. That was the end of the Don Radebe over, and the Northern Cape Heat are 195 for 4 after 39 overs. Tahir Isaacs on 32 and Romano Terblanche on 27. And just some news from the Cricket World Cup. The West Indies are 119 for 3 after 14 overs. The inform Shafine Rutherford is still at the crease. Ludwig Kesha bowling from the country club end to Tahir Isaacs.
He fires that one down leg, Eugene, where Tahir sweeps, he misses it, beats the keeper. Wide call by the umpire. This is where you have to keep your head, keep a calm head. Everything happens quickly. As long as you can keep your head cool and calm under the situation. Tahir drives, cover drive beautifully through the cover. It's a race against the fielder and the ball. The fielder does well. They run, scamper for 3. That's good running, good cricket we're watching here, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, good running by the batsman and some good fielding, good all-round cricket. It was Emmanuel Mutswari who was charging around the boundary and made a good stop.
Oh, I think Radebe is in trouble there, a bit slow. But he's got an arm. He's just a little bit slow taking off. The Heat's managing to get 2 runs. As I mentioned, that they bring a fielder over to the offside, sort of like a very tight cover point position, where Romano punches through extra cover, where he gets a single. Manuel Mutuiri doing the fielding out in the deep. There's a sweeper. I think the skipper has forgotten that now he can turn the ball. He's gone back to bowling it quick as a seamer. No more looking for turn. That one, he bowls it full. And I don't think the batter managed to get back to it, and he gets bowled.
As you said, Anthony, captain pushing it through much quicker, literally got to a Yorker, and Tahir Isaacs unfortunately couldn't dig that one out and got bowled for a nice bright innings of 31 for Tahir Isaacs.
The Heat still needing 100 of 10 overs, just a little bit over 10 overs. It's going to be interesting. They'll be needing to score 10 runs and over from here on going forward.
Sorry, that innings of Tahir Isaacs was 35 and got clean bowled by Ludwig Kesha. The all-rounder Shaw Prinsloo is the new batsman for the Northern Cape Heat. Anthony, you had put in it in a nutshell. They need 100 of 10, which clearly means that they have to score at 10 runs and over.
Yeah, Eugene, 10 runs and over. The skipper did show in the first innings that it is possible. So we just need batters at the crease that can rotate the strike and get a bad ball and put it away.
Yeah, well, if you can hit 1 over with 6 sixes like Ludwig Kistner, then it can be done.
Romano drives, long off, gets a single, brings the end to the over. Over number 40. Looks like Don Radebe will continue from the opposite end, the country club's end, bowling to Romano, who's sitting on 31. Heats are on 206 for 5 after 40 overs, needing to score 10 runs and over. It's going to be interesting. In the 10 overs that's left, Eugene, when do you think Mutuari will come back? Because he's one of the bowlers that has a better guess on.
Yeah, he's got to come back. I'm sure before long, the captain would have to bring him back, and then he's the one guy that would most probably be able to control the last bit of the innings. Now, Romano Terblanche has also indicated to the change room that he might need a bat at the end of the over.
All he needs is that bat he batted with the other day, Eugene. He was muddling everything, and when he decided he's going to hit a boundary, it was from the middle. So maybe we need to get him that bat. Masango making sure that Sizwe Masango making sure that he's got the right fielders at the right positions, and also signaling to the bowler what kind of lands and lines he must bowl. Bit of an inside edge, no single taken, no runs.
Yeah, Radebe was very interested in the peel. Also looked very adjacent, but a big inside edge. And umpire Killian not interested at all. Hammer down the ground.
Bit of a misfield,
And
allows the batters to come back for 2. Johan Pronslow new at the crease, but managing to muddle a few to the close to the boundary. He needs to support Romano so that the hits can get very close to the total or get over the total. Pronslow digs that Yorker out to long off. Is that Klinghan's doing the fielding down there? Gets the ball into the bowler. They only managed to get 1. Romano punches straight into the vacant area where they can take a single. Don Radebe not doing badly this over, bowling to his field.
Yeah, I must say that they got all their fielders again in the right spots. All the guys with the big arms on the fence and that can move. And one wide from Radebe, missed by Prinsloo, and that's the end of the Radebe over.
Romano deciding to change the bat. Not happy with the one he was using. They actually gave him an option of 2 bats. Decided to take this one. Let's see if this one has got a middle. The captain Ludwig continuing. Looking to take the ball away from the left-hander. Where Romano punches. Good fielding done by Mutswiri. Yeah, at extra cover. He can only scamper for 1.
Ludwig Keister is in his 9th over. And you'll see he placing...
Oh, he just gives this one to the fielder who drops the catch. And in the same time, he seems as if he's pulled something. He's not happy. He's flat on his back on the boundary. Doesn't look good for him. I'm not sure if he jammed his knee onto the ground or what happened. He's laying flat on his back, on his back. Teammates converging around him just to make sure what is wrong.
Physios on the field. It seemed as if it's a cramp or an ankle that he's done, but he's not a happy camper. Immediately going off the field.
If it's a cramp, Eugene, maybe caught him just as he was about to move forward. Because there was a half a chance. All he needed to do was come forward and take the catch. But it looked like he just went down just as the ball came to him. And I think that's when he got the cramp. Because he's still uncomfortable outside the field, just on the outside of the boundary. Still looking uncomfortable.
Could also be that, when you drop the catch, then you feel embarrassed and you don't want to get to the dugout, so you take about a minute or 2. Declan Osborne is on the field as a replacement.
Oh, big edge from Prinsloo. Ball will run and win the race. Welcome boundary for the Heats.
Yeah, in a vacant slip area, he tried to really hit that very hard and it caught the edge, running down to the boundary for 4. As you say, a very welcome boundary, and especially if it comes off the first ball of the over. Oh,
Hammered straight. Umpire had to make sure he's not in the way there. From Prinsloo, another boundary. I think Prinsloo has decided that Romano, if you're not going to take charge, I'm going to take charge of this.
yeah, the umpire had to take evasive action there. Clearly nearly took his head off, but a great shot by Shaw Prinsloo.
Goes again. I think it was a drop catch. Drop catch.
Hit extremely hard back to the bowler, and unfortunately, Captain couldn't take that one, and the batsman sneaked through for a single.
Looks like it hit him hard, Eugene, because he's still not happy with himself. Kept looking at his fingers. To Romano, punches out to the sweeper boundary, where he takes a single. That over, they managed to get 11 runs, Eugene. I think they should be happy with that particular over. We need more of those. The Heat will need more of those overs. Change of bowler from the country club's end, Emmanuel Mutswiri.
Yeah, we did mention that he has got to come back. He was one of the better bowlers when the innings just started. He's now coming in for his second spell, and at a very important time in the last 10 overs for his team.
Bowls to Romano with a ball that just seemed not to come off the wicket, just seemed to stay on the wicket. Romano just defends on the leg side, where Don Radebe does the fielding. Leg by signal by the umpire gets Charles Prinsloo on strike. Just want to have a look if there is any major field placing is going to occur. He's got a third man, a sweeper on the boundary, point, sweeper, extra cover, long off. Prinsloo goes leg side, straight to the field on the boundary. A catch is taken. Looks like Klinghans on the boundary there. I'm not sure, but it looks like Klinghans.
Yeah, he was patrolling that area the whole day. CP Kleinhans, safe hands. Unfortunate for Prinsloo. The shot was on, but unfortunately he didn't clear the boundary.
I think maybe if you went a little bit straighter, because if you look at the angle where CP was operating, was more onto the leg side. If he maybe looked to hit straighter, but that's his demise. Tried his hand, looking to see who's the next batter coming in. Looks like Thamsanqa Khumalo coming in, another right hand batter.
That was a nice breezy knock from Shaw Prinsloo. Really hit the ball hard, really tried to accelerate and to support Romano Blanche. And the Northern Cape Heat still having to go at 10s. So there's not even a chance for a sighter.
Thamsanqa Khumalo, left-hand batter, coming in. Now we have two left-handers at the crease. Emmanuel Mutswiri to Thamsanqa Khumalo. Starts with a wide down leg.
This is really a batter's game, eh? That was so tight down the leg side and just called wide.
Yeah, as the law states, anything down leg is wide. Now with these red lines that are painted, Eugene, as I was saying, Eugene, these red lines that are painted on the crease, on the pitch, with this new thing that we're trying out. It says that when the batter moves down leg, that red line moves with him.
Yeah, that's right.
So if the batter is standing still and anything that's down leg gets wide. Khumalo punches down the leg side, fielding done. Khumalo gets off the strike. To Romano, a slight change on the field. They bring the square leg, deep square leg up to square leg, and then they're dropping long on and long off back.
Oh, very, very close to the wicket. A big heave-o from Lamano to Blanche on the last ball of the over. And a near miss, and Motsweri also very excited.
Yeah, Eugene, tried looking at who went off the field. It looks like Edwin Mokolobote is the one that got himself injured and he's off the field.
Yeah, fortunately for Limpopo, they have sufficient bowling resources so that they could manage now with the last 7 overs. I'm not sure if he completed his bowling spell.
Lesego Kokotlabane coming back from the commentary's end. A bowler's change. I think he was operating from the country club's end earlier on. The skipper deciding that Lesego Kokotlabane to operate now from the commentary's end. Into Romano, chips, where there's a fielder, allows the ball to bounce. Gets it in. Romano manages to Khumalo actually manages to take a single. Romano straight down the ground. Fielder going around. That's the fielding. Is it Siapi or Vieira? That's the fielding. Klingans. That's Klingans. That's the fielding. Cleans out here in front of us. Betta's managing to get 2. These 2 are really not going to hurt Limpopo Impalas. Hits are looking for boundaries. Balls wide. Cuts the red line. Umpire says he's happy with that. It's a normal ball. It's a legal ball. That one really, Eugene, it cut the red line. You can actually see the ball going right across the red line, full and across. So the umpire decides now he's happy not to call it a wide.
Romano Blanche just punching that one straight down the ground to CSA Kleinans for a single. He's got 2 more balls to go. And just to score from the World Cup, the West Indies are 175 for 4 in the 18th over. They got 2 overs to left. and I'm sure they will most probably hope to get to near 190.
Khumalo drives, square drive, where there's a misfield on the boundary. They manage. Scamper for 3. Good running there from Khumalo. Bowler not happy with the fielder on the boundary. Apologizes to the bowler. Brings Romano on strike.
Yeah, that 3 runs again, totally unacceptable for the fielding side to give away that way. It should have just been 1. It's been turned into a 3.
Romano
That's a big
manages to get underneath that one. Deposits it against the scoreboard for a massive 6. They hit neither that kind of over just to give himself a chance.
So you see the significance of that field. Khumalo was on strike, hits it to the boundary. They're supposed to run, and if they get 2, Khumalo's back on strike. They run 3, and immediately Terblanche can lift, and he hits a 6. So all of a sudden, you get 9 or 12 runs all of a sudden, where it should have been a 6 or a 7 over. And so I'm sure Limpopo would have to learn from that.
Yeah.
Because there were some of the singles that should never been, and in a tight game that will cost them.
Yeah, definitely. Mutwiri continues. This one, Khumalo hits it in the air, goes high in the air. Don Radebe gets underneath it, and he completes the catch. Great catch there, because the ball went high in the air.
Yeah, extremely high, but I must admit that there was no chance that Don Radebe positioned himself and was very confident. There was no way. It didn't even look like he was going to miss. But again, a nice little bright and breezy innings from Khumalo, and also the shot was on, and unfortunately just didn't connect, and it leads to his demise as he walks off, and the Northern Cape Heat are 240 for 7.
Yeah, Khumalo tried his best. Not the kind of guy that could hit big boundaries. Maybe what he needed to do was just give the strike to Romano. As we saw, Romano was the one who was getting boundaries. So maybe all he needed to do was run hard between the wickets, give the strike to Romano.
Now that is very true. Very, very true. You got to be able to know what your strengths are and where you need to go. The new batsman for the Northern Cape Heat is Tepo Intuli. He also had a very good partnership with Romano in the last game.
Yeah, the Heat will want that kind of partnership to take place now. Mutwiri to Ntuli, back of her length, nudges it off the back foot to mid wicket. He takes a single. Mutwiri, as he walks back, just checking and making sure that all these fielders are exactly where he wants them. Comes into Romano, Romano pulls behind square. There's a fielder underneath it. Dives and he drops the catch. Romano comes back for 2. The fielder that dropped the catch was Tian Brits on the boundary. Didn't have much to do. Just needed to come in few yards forward, few steps forward, and to complete the catch, which he dropped. Bowls to Romano, turns it around the hip, and he gets a welcome boundary. With that boundary, brings a 50 for Romano. Second 50 in 2 games.
Romano Terblanche reaching a milestone 50, and again doesn't even acknowledge to his teammates. He's just on it because he now need to stay here and win it. A real true professional, this guy.
Mutswiri to Romano, off his hips, he plays it in front of square, where Tsepo on his bike scampers for 2. Masondo not happy with his fielders, throwing hands, thinking that, listen, I called for the keeper, you should have thrown the ball to the keeper, you decided to throw to the bowler. I think it's safer to throw to the keeper to avoid overthrows. That's what he's trying to say to his fielders. Oh, this one comes down the leg side. It doesn't come up. Romano misses it. The keeper misses it. And it's 4 wide. Don't want to put the markers on them, Eugene. Looks like the wheels are coming off.
Yeah, there are small little cricket awareness mistakes that Limpopo is making, and it's really costing them. The drop catch, and then also the shot that Romano played into the deep. That should have just been a single and not 2. And the Masondo, the keeper, was agitated by it. He showed his agitation, and the ball comes through and he misses 1. Was probably still thinking about having to speak to his players, and now he misses 1 and it goes for 4.
Yeah, Romano just nudges that one to Don Radebe, who's at square leg. Takes the single, keeps the strike. A score is sitting at 200 for Northern Cape Hits, 255 for 7 after 45 overs. 5 overs left, still needing 49 runs. This is a proper T20. We are in for a cracker, Eugene.
Yeah, by no means over. And in modern day cricket, if you're going to now change this game into a T20 game, then that runs don't seem so much. From the commentary box end, it is Lesego Koglobani that will continue from the commentary box end to Romano Terblanche. A full one just outside off stump, and Terblanche misses that one. It was really in his hitting area and he simply just missed it. Very disappointed, but the one thing about Romano Terblanche, he puts it behind him and he's ready to face the next ball.
It's that time in the game, Eugene, where the keeper and the captain becomes like traffic coppers. The hands are going all over, trying to signal to fielders where they need them to be.
Yeah, and as that's happening, the captain is saying calm down, the keeper is saying no, and 2 very good balls from the bowler just outside off, and now Romano Terblanche is now taking his guard on off stump. That's wide.
Not sure if the bowler saw that Romano took the guard off stump, continue with that line, just missing his lines. His plans is to bowl full and wide because if he's got third man and deep point, sort of like a cover and extra cover and a mid off, long off, sorry. Comes in and he continues with a wide. 2 wides.
That is extremely wide. I think Romano Terblanche now wants to take strike outside off.
Needs to calm himself down, go back to basics. He's done this in the nets. He's practiced this. Balls to Romano. Hits it inside out. For boundary 4. It needed to come because if the plan is to bowl wider outside off stump, and the minute you start bowling wide, you're thinking get inside that line. With Romano batting off stump, that becomes sort of like a half volley. Who goes underneath it, gets underneath it, lifts it over Mutswiri for a boundary.
It was a one bounce boundary, so it was a close one, nearly a 6, and I'm sure that was what the branch was aiming for.
Another field change, deep mid wicket comes into the ring, and then your cover goes to the boundary on the offside. Then he bowls a full straight yorker. Romano manages to get back there and take a single. Brings Tepo a strike, right-hander. Let's see what kind of plans they have for the right-hander. You want a sweeper on the offside. Long off, long on. Deep mid wicket. Mutswiri goes across into a sort of like extra cover with a point. Oh no, there's another change. Deep mid wicket comes up. Then third man goes back to third man. Who was short third man. He's gone back to third man, normal third man. Comes in to Tepo. Tepo drives straight, calling 2. Romano comes back. Tepo very quickly gets back to on strike. Good running between those two.
Good running between the two batsmen, and the minute Tepo hit that ball, he immediately shouted for 2. And he took off, and even though the fielder had the ball, they took the second run on the throw.
Oh, mix up.
Oh,
Think a better throw, and also I don't think Masongo was running towards the stumps. He was so far from the stumps. Maybe he thought Mutswiri was going to have a go shy of the stumps. So he was sort of like backing it up.
I think Tepo Ntuli forgot that this could be the last ball of the over. And that's why Romano Terblanche sent him back so that he could be on strike. But Tepo Ntuli was far down the wicket, and a better throw would have got him into trouble.
I think it's a good decision that Romano took to send Tepo back.
Change of bowling again.
Don Radebe. Maybe with his pace, Romano can look to really maximize this over. I've not seen Don bowling a slow ball or off cutter. Let's see what he does. He offers this over. As he starts, Romano punches this one towards the dressing room and a massive 6. All of a sudden, you could see the fielders looking and dropping their heads, and even the keeper dropping his head, thinking this is the wrong option to bowl Don Radebe at the moment. conversations now with bowler and Siep here. Just saying, listen, maybe stay away from his pads. He's strong there. Umpire needs to have a look at the ball because the ball hit the signboard very hard, and he's happy with the ball. Let's have a look now. Where is Don gonna bowl the next ball after being hit for a massive 6? He comes, he bowls it a bit straighter. Romano goes straight. Fielder throws the ball. Very close. Tsepo had to get on his bike. Saw he was not going to make it. Put in a dive. The umpire says not out. Another 2.
Great running by the 2 batsmen. And I must say that Tsepo Ntuli literally threw himself towards that line to get in. Just a single for Romano to Blanche, and now Tsepo Ntuli is on strike. Just a score from the World Cup. The West Indies in their 20 overs got to 195 for 4. So that would be a very good target for the Indians to chase.
Very good target score, Eugene. It's going to be an interesting game. As I said earlier on, just offline, between me and you, I've not seen India chase and chasing very well. So this will be a good score.
Yeah, it will be a good test for them. Tsepo Ntuli just nicking that one into the onside just for a single so that they could get Romano on strike. Double checking with the umpire again as to how many balls are left. And he will work this one out. Again, Romano Terblanche showing his class. Straight down for a single. C.P. Kleinhans, fully aware, came charging in order to make sure that the batsmen don't run for the second. And this will be the last ball of this 47th over.
Yeah, what do you think is the chat now between Tsepo and Romano, Eugene?
Yeah, look, I think he's got a free hit now on this last ball, Tsepo Ntuli, because you would want Romano Terblanche to have the strike on the other end.
He has to go for a boundary. If it's not a boundary, if it's a dot ball, then he better stay exactly where he is to give Romano the strike the next over.
That's correct. Don Radebe appealing and umpire not interested, but Radebe not a happy chappy. Felt that was stone dead, still walking away and showing his disgust. And Tsepo Ntuli doesn't get the single, which means Romano Terblanche is on strike. 275 for 7 after 47.
29 runs off, 3 overs. This is the over for me, Eugene. Eugene, this is the over.
Romano Terblanche on strike and Emmanuel Matsuari to bowl the 48th over. But this is the one.
For me, this is the decider over. If Emmanuel can get a good over in here, it's going to be really, really tough for the hits to get over this target. They need to make sure they maximize this over. Maybe get just anything above 8 will be good in this over. Oh, Romano punches, fielder underneath it.
Another drop.
Another drop on the boundary. That's their best fielder, Keenan Vieira, dropping Romano on the boundary.
And
How crucial will that drop be, Eugene, at the end of the day?
that is true. We needed to check what that drop catch will cost Limpopo.
Romano again goes to Vieira, this one is a little bit higher. Then it settles underneath the catch, underneath the ball. And he completes the catch. Not happy with himself.
That is
But
the
it-
end of a fantastic innings by Romano Terblanche. Romano Terblanche, 70, and we did say, Anthony, that this over will determine the outcome of this game. But a fantastic knock by Romano Terblanche, literally putting his team in a position to win, and Ferreira getting a second chance and taking the catch, and still disgusted with the one that he dropped. But what a knock from Romano Terblanche as his teammates applaud him off the field.
Yeah, what a knock by Romano. I think Vieira is a relieved man that that drop catch didn't cost him anything. He just dropped the catch, and the next ball comes. Romano hits it straight back at him again, and this one he balanced himself underneath the ball, calm and collected under the ball, and he completes the good catch to get rid of Romano. To the wicket, batter coming in, strolling to the wicket is Benjamin, the left-hander, strolling to the wicket. There's still 4 balls from this over. Matswari to Benjamin. Squeezes one out to extra cover. Brings Tepo Ntuli on strike. Trying to have a look what kind of field they have for the right-hander, Tepo Ntuli. They have a sweeper on the offside. Point, extra cover, long off, long on, cow. Good ball from Emmanuel Mutswiri. Outside off, Tepo tries to get underneath it. Hit it on the leg side, he misses it. And the keeper does the rest. You get the feeling, Eugene, that wicket of Romano has just sucked every ounce out of the hit. Mutswiri outside of Tepo defend. Takes the single.
Yes, the singles won't help the Heat at the moment. A big appeal, umpire not interested, a leg by off the last ball. And Don Radebe walking to the umpire, giving his cap, and he will bowl the last over, and he's got to protect 24 runs.
bring a bit of a change to the field. Maybe just a straight swap. Vieira coming into point, and this one Don fires it into the pairs of Benjamin, and then leg by signaled by the umpire. Don to Tepo Ntuli. Tepo square drives. Oh, great fielding there. And extra cover. Is that the skipper? Is that the skipper? Is that Ludwig? Looks like Ludwig. Great fielding there. Great fielding there, because if that ball just went past him, that is definitely a boundary. To his left, to his right, excuse me.
Oh!
Don Radebe balls to Benjamin. Nice and straight, back of a length. Tries to get underneath it. He misses everything, and the keeper does the rest. Dot balls are like gold dust at the moment. Squeezes one into deep square, where Tepo comes back. A complete two.
But this is very positive for Northern Cape Heat, that their batsmen are still running and they're still chasing. They still have the belief. Don Radebe. It's a great ball. That's the end of the 49th over, and Emmanuel Muswari has got to bowl the 50th over of the game, of the innings, the last over of the game. And they need 20 runs. The Heat needs to win this game.
What Tepo needs to do this over Eugene is get two big boundaries, 2 sixes in the first 2 balls, just to lift the spirit of the hit. Matwari into Tepo. Oh, great ball. Full onto leg stump with a square leg in and a fine leg up.
Yeah, he hit that ball also very hard and went straight to the fielder and just set off with a single. And now brings the left-handed Benjamin van Rensburg on strike.
Benjamin tries to get a boundary, hits it out. Oh, the sun in the fielder's eyes. Misses the ball, trickles over the boundary. Boundary 4. Don't think. Yeah, the fielder on the boundary was Tyler Trentorth. Don't think he has sunglasses on, because you can see his hand in front. It's facing the sun. Had no clue where the ball was. This one full and straight, outside of. Benjamin misses it, goes back straight back to the bowler, to the keeper. I'm still interested to know why the fielder doesn't have sunglasses on. In this day and age, facing the sun, fielding in the sun, and you don't have sunglasses on. That could cause the whole team. Matsuri in. Bowls. Yorkerland beats Benjamin. beats Benjamin Neckenkrop, bowls him, and surely that is the game for the Heats now.
Definitely the way the celebrations went, they felt that that wicket was a big one, and that now surely they should be closing down on another win, and that would be 2 wins for them now in this competition. And then conversely, it is now, is it the 3rd loss of the Heat? Lost SWD, lost their last game.
Against Eastern Storms.
Yeah, and today again. But I must say it was a courageous effort today. A really great fight. Hika and Rowan Herman, and then obviously the burst from Romano Terblanche.
Not sure what happened there. Matsuri bowls.
Who's the new batsman?
Player gets the ball inside edge, goes to Don Radebe. Tsepo decides he's not going to take the single. With a better Udirile Mutimkwane outside of the crease, fielder throws the ball, Mr. Stumps. Udirile Mutimkwane drives to the sweeper of the boundary. They take the single, and with that, last ball concludes the innings and match. What an anticlimax to the end of this game. The Heat's going down to Limpopo Impalas. But what an interesting game. What an interesting game. Like you said, Eugene, better performance from the Heats compared to the previous game, how they played. Coach should be or will be a little bit happy with the way they went about their business today compared to the previous game.
Yeah, I must say that at the change of the innings, having to go chase 305, the Heat, I really thought that they're going to, that it might be just a target a bit too high, but they really made a fest of it. Good batting up front by the captain with Hika, and then obviously the burst from the 70 from Romano Terblanche was great. But really this day for Limpopo belonged to their captain Ludwig Kisner, who got his career best, and that 30 runs that he scored in the end with those 5 sixes, in fact 36, because it was 6 sixes. I think that 36 really took the game away completely from the Northern Cape Heat, and they will go look at those 2 or 3 overs that they bowled in their innings and have a look at that and say that they need to possibly just check on their death bowling. But as a team, they should be happy, much happier than the previous game. And well done to both teams. It was a good exhibition of one-day cricket, and it was really an enjoyable game. And for those spectators who came out to come and watch the game, they must have enjoyed it. And for us, it was an exciting throw. And now Limpopo moves on to their next game. They play Mpumalanga on the 14th, and the Heat has a chance now